All right, it says we're live.
Yeah,
Good morning, Emmanuel. Well, afternoon.
morning or
Noon?
afternoon this side. Yeah,
Yeah. So, some incredibly exciting stuff is happening in South Africa and Africa as a whole.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Quite a lot's happening. Particularly in my neck of the woods. Um, there's sort of like a continental conversation that's happening with
yeah,
regards to immigration, and you know, it's been very interesting to see the clash and the sorts of narratives that are coming out with regards to this whole issue, and how the contrast between um, the people who are on the receiving end of the migration versus the people who are doing the migrating, and the clash of mentality.
mm,
Because basically, to put in a sentence, the message from South Africans is go back home and fix your countries. You can't absorb the whole of Africa in South Africa,
right.
right? And it's a very pragmatic, you know, point, that there's only so much space. And the sorts of attack vectors that people have been using to sort of try um, push back on the idea of going back home and fixing your home countries is very disappointing. Basically, we're having quite a lot of the same sorts of things that the UK, Germany, Italy, Spain, um, these sorts of countries are having with uh, immigration from the Middle East and from the Indian subcontinent, and Africa. Um, yeah, so it, in a weird sense, it's like South Africa is an outpost of Europe, effectively.
Mm,
It's like we are Europe just on the other end of the planet,
right.
and we literally suffering from the exact same sorts of problems where we have immigrants just coming over the border, setting up shop, and I wish I could I'd like to show you some clips of some of the things that are happening. Something actually came up yesterday of
Yeah.
um, of Somali immigrants.
Oh,
So yeah, we have a huge uh, Somali issue aside. Earlier this week, I believe three Ethiopians were shot and killed in the middle of Johannesburg.
mm,
And with this happening simultaneously, with the immigration process that happening in South Africa now, the, a lot of the people from outside South Africa have been trying to warp it and take it as, oh, look at what South Africans are doing to immigrants. And it's like, no, these are wars that are happening between different factions of immigrants in South
right.
Africa.
Right.
What's happening is that these guys come in and in various ways, they upset the apple cart. So, one, they come in, work as essentially slave labor, uh, and undercutting the poorest of poor in South Africa. Right. So, step one. Step two, they come in, form groups, mafias,
Mm,
and work their way into the economy by physically or by means of intimidation, pushing South Africans out of different sectors of the economy. So what we have aside is something called a spaza shop, which is I could liken it to a convenience store, 7-Eleven sort of thing.
okay.
It has tidbits, it's not like a full-on grocery store. It's just for getting your just sorts of things that could run out in your average household, eggs, you know,
Yeah,
beans,
the
and that
basics.
sort of thing, the basics.
And
Um,
they charge three times more
Naturally,
than if you
some
were to get
snacks,
them at a
things like
grocery store.
that. In
I,
fact, sometimes you may find that they charge you even less because of the fact that they are placed in the poorest parts of South Africa.
really?
So, um, yeah, so you can find that sort of thing.
Oh,
Yeah, and then obviously in another way in which they try to cater for South Africans that maybe not necessarily cheaper on the per unit basis, but they're able to sell things on or willing to sell things at a different scale. So your average um, packet of toy rolls will have like 9 rolls or 4 rolls, and in these stores they're willing to sell them literally as 1 roll.
Mm.
So um, so for the purse of the quote, that allows you to at least you know have some supplies for however long you need them. Because maybe you don't have enough money to buy a full 18 set of toilet rolls, but you can afford to pay to buy one, right? So it's
Yeah.
that sort of thing. And what's happened is that a lot of these Somalis, Ethiopians, people from Bangladesh, people from Pakistan, all these people have flocked to South Africa and are now taking over these things, and they're now forming their own gangs and locking South Africans out, literally intimidating them, saying that if you want to open a soap store, this is what you should sell, this is what you're not allowed to sell, or you're not allowed to open a store in this area completely. Or if they find existing stores, they harass them into closing. They kill shop owners. This is a commonly practiced method of getting rid of competition. And
Mm.
when South Africans get up and protest, the first thing that's said is that um, they are xenophobic. They hate their fellow black Africans. They
Right.
think they're better than the rest of Africa. And no one is giving South Africans, lending them an ear with regards to what what on earth could cause thousands of people to come out and demonstrate
Yeah.
against illegal immigration.
Right.
Is it Could it actually be that maybe there's some sort of underlying issue here?
Yeah.
It's not like these people are just all, as they would like to have the rest of the world believe, South Africans are just savages who are uneducated, illiterate, and imagining an enemy where there is none. They just are these people who are just prone to killing um, uh, 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 black Africans. Mind you, this is at the same time how we're having pushback from the United States about an apparent white genocide, right? So
Well,
it's
yeah.
so it's like, are you telling me that South Africans are genociding both white people and black people?
Right.
Is Could it be that maybe both these narratives are one, either blown way out of proportion, or two, just plain old propaganda?
Mm.
Right. Now, obviously, I would need to bring evidence to support this. You know,
Yeah.
yeah. So, I'd like us to go through.
Because you do have people in your government that fully support the extremist rhetoric of white
Mind you,
genocide.
that that
Yeah.
person who you're speaking of,
Yeah.
and his entire party is getting major pushback from South Africans.
Okay.
Major pushback, and um, everywhere people are coming out and saying, they that the few idiots who decided to vote for him are coming out and saying they realize how terrible a person he is. And
Yeah.
this is in uh, particularly with regards to this whole immigration issue, because he is pro immigration. He says, open the floodgates, let them all pour into South Africa and enjoy, you know.
Mm.
And he gets to say this because he lives in, a gated community, which is essentially like a fortress, against all the negative um, externalities of immigration. He doesn't face, people coming into his community and terrorizing, coming in with rifles and pushing locals out of. Let me just get some of these
Right.
clips up so
He
you can
wants
see it.
borders around his house, but not his
Oh
country.
yeah, oh yeah. So people saying like people are like, no, it's fine, you can have them, but they must all come and stay in your yard. Don't let them come and
Your
stay in the
house,
rest of
yeah.
Africa. Yeah. So don't say open immigration and let everyone else deal with it. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me just
Hello,
see what
Contriver.
I
Contriver
shared
said
with you.
it's called NEGO Feminism to promote feminism in Africa and regarding third world mass migration problem.
Let me I will
Yeah.
share some clips from uh protests. Let me see.
Yeah, because yesterday morning I was having my coffee and kind of scrolling through my X a little bit, and I saw this massive protest in Johannesburg, and I was like, oh, I need to talk to Emmanuel. And then you
I don't even know which
messaged me later.
there's so much content to go through. Let me
Yeah.
start with the latest I was speaking about of the Somalis who are
Yeah.
complaining. So yeah,
Wait, so you
it's
have
not just America that
Somalis
has.
complaining in your country too?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Just,
You know, it's
share.
funny. Actually, I recently met a young Somali dude, and
Yeah,
I was asking him because I was like, where are you? Like, what are you? You know, where are you from? He's like, oh, I'm Somalian. And I was like, oh, I've never actually met a Somalian. I was like, what do you think of Ilhan Omar? He's like,
yeah.
just kind of gave me that look. I was like, she's one of your people. Like, he's like, I don't agree with her and I don't support her. I was like, okay, that's pretty cool.
It's you have what's strange about Somalis is that technically they should be way more conservative than they are,
Yeah,
right? But
yeah,
what's making them bend liberal is the immigration issue. So it's like they are willing to forego their actual positions so that they can benefit from immigration. And then as soon as they get into your country, they go back to their default position. And so
right.
yeah, so it's sort of like a Trojan horse sort of thing.
Yeah,
Yeah, so we have the exact same issue this time, where
yeah.
like if I just sent you a link in the private chat this time.
Oh, there it is. Cat, you're gonna have to stop. Okay. Village lawyer. This is infuriating. We have allowed this to go on for so long. People have gotten comfortable and entitled. Ooh. Let's see if I can make this bigger. How do I?
Yeah, okay.
Here we go.
Done something, but it appears from the Sasa. Good afternoon, everyone. We are here as a Somali community. First of all, we are ready. We are thanking our Somali community leaders who today try to bring us here for our cases for the SASAs, which has been discontinued for quite some months to be listened and to be done something. But it appears from the SASA workers that we need a green ID. At first, we applied through status, 4 years one. But eventually, they are telling us we need a green ID. At this time, we are asking the government at this minute. You can imagine, like mine, it was discontinued for the last 7 months. At this minute, where will I get a green ID? It's a procedure. It will take some time. We have children. We are refugees. We don't earn a lot. We have kids going to school. We have others going to university. We don't have much. So we feel the government must do something.
Yeah.
We started with status 4 year one. at first, we don't know why they're changing it to green ID. I don't know whether it's coming from heaven or wherever, but we feel it is a short notice to be told this kind of thing. So we feel we should be assisted. The government must hear our plea. The government must hear our problem. These are mothers. The whole day we left our family. We are fasting. We are supposed to cook for our families, but we are here. But it looks the Sasa people didn't want to listen to us, asking us green ID. Where are we going to get green ID at this time? The government, we started, the first time we started, it was started 4-year one. Why should they change it all of a sudden to green ID? And moreover, they knew they were coming to assist us. They could have given us those circular long time for us to know that it is required green ID. But when we come here, they say without green ID, they're not helping us. Please, we are asking the government, and especially Home Affairs. We started with home, what you call status 4-year one. 4-year one allows us to study. 4 years one allows us to work. 4 years out is where our fingerprints is. So we're kindly asking the government to intervene because most of us are suffering. Most of us are not working. Please do something and help us. Thank you so much.
So hold on, Emmanuel. Please tell me how all these really poor people are sending their kids to university.
Exactly.
Like,
before that, right?
yeah.
They're here on asylum, right?
Yeah.
Kindly. Asylum requires you to be in danger of having it, being unalive.
Right.
Yet they go from Somalia, which is like East Africa, close to Saudi Arabia, right? They go from East Africa, the Horn of Africa, all the way down to South Africa. That's how many countries? That's several countries. Probably like, I'm just guesstimating, 5, 7 before they get to South Africa.
Yeah.
Travel all that distance. Okay, fine. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt and say, okay, they don't feel sufficiently safe just in the country next door to their home country. Okay, maybe 2 countries away, we're still not safe. Maybe they thought, you know what, the only guys who can actually protect us are South Africans. Fine, let's grant you that.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you on TV? If you're genuinely scared of being unalive by people who are hunting you down from your country,
right?
Why are you on national television?
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's a good question.
This is clearly economic migration. It's not asylum.
Yeah. And I was watching through that video and kind of observing the environment, and all these women are there like, yeah, let's sign you up for all the free shit. Like,
and you'll find that a lot of them are working for NGOs. All sorts of organizations that are subverting our law. And what you have is that once they hear they start talking like this, they talk like citizens should be talking like this. By the way, what they're calling for are grants from the government. That's essentially free money from the government.
Yeah. See,
Kindly,
I don't.
How do you feel entitled to free money from the government?
Yeah.
You talk about the fact that your kids are in university. That's a privilege.
That's such a privilege. Yes. Like, how are you affording that?
Back where you're from, your kids would be getting bombed.
Right. Apparently. Right. So are they really asylum seekers, or are they?
They're economic migrants. There's no such thing as. There's no way.
Yeah. They're parasites that are going to a source to extract. And those women that are signing them up with the paperwork are fucking encouraging that shit. Yep. They're the ones doing it.
Let me just show you footage from the protests over the past few days. They're still protesting even today in I believe
Really?
in another section of China. So like it's supposed to be like for the entire week. And obviously people have time to do this because most of the people who are in these protests are unemployed.
Yeah.
We have huge unemployment problems out there. I think if you look at the expanded definition, roughly 75% of the youngest age bracket of um, working age adults is unemployed.
That's huge number.
75%. So these are the sorts of people who start revolutions,
Oh
are sitting
yeah.
at home idle,
Yeah.
men,
Yes.
right?
Mm.
And for some reason, our government has been so, occupied with being in the ivory tower and lecturing people about this is how you're supposed to handle this issue. There are procedures. The reason people are choosing to go around those procedures because they've realized that these procedures that these processes are not working. You guys don't. It's the like a let me just think of an analogy. It would be like being in a loop on like a customer service helpline and having every person you talk to tell you, I'm forwarding you to this department that's going to be able to assist you. And finding yourself back to the first person you call. It's basically that. And yet you technically have to continue to have faith in the process.
Yeah. Now I've been experiencing that personally lately. Like going to somebody that I'm told should be handling something, and then they pass me off, and then they pass me off, and then they pass me off, and then I come back to the original person. I'm like, what
Yeah.
the fuck's going on here?
And just see if I can,
I blame
uh,
incompetence, but
yeah.
there might be some maliciousness there. I haven't figured that out yet.
Let's see. I've got another clip that let's see go through. Yeah. Um, just let's go back.
Yeah,
Go back.
I I can't wrap my mind around opening borders in a third world country with
Yeah.
such a high unemployment rate and then giving all this free shit to illegals. like
Yes, that's the thing, and it's just like okay, so the main pull that South Africa has is that it's one of, if not the most industrialized economies in Africa. So the idea is that yes, they have high unemployment, but they have running toilets. They have proper schools. They have proper institutions. Right? It works. It's not working economically in terms of producing jobs, but in every other respect, basically, it's functional compared to like Somalia, definitely compared to Nigeria, definitely. Um, oh yeah, the beef with we have with Nigeria needs to be
yeah.
that's a whole topic on its own.
yeah. Yeah. I just wonder, so was there any other country in Africa that was colonized? Quote unquote colonized? Like where's the largest population of white people in Africa?
Um, all of Africa basically was colonized.
Okay.
Um, there are effectively maybe one or two countries that weren't officially colonized, right? Like I think one of those would be Ethiopia. I'm not sure if Swaziland also counts. I'm not
Mm.
sure. Like our history in South Africa is very above date focus, and they don't really like this. This is also on me. I should be reading up a lot more on this stuff. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's I believe it's only Ethiopia and one or two other countries in Africa that weren't officially colonized. Lesotho as well, if I'm not incorrect, was a British protectorate, but wasn't like it wasn't I'm not sure. There are only a
Yeah.
handful of countries that were not colonized. The rest were. Now, the difference between South Africa and the rest of Africa is that we are the last to get our independence from our colonizers. Effectively, officially, we got our independence in was the 60s, but we were still under apartheid rule, which was effectively still colonization. So, in terms of the freeing of the indigenous people, that only came we are the last to have, right? And you have other countries, say like the likes of Ghana and Nigeria, who got their full independence in the um, mid 50s to early 60s, right? So
Yeah.
they, by the time we were free, they'd already had 30, 40 years of freedom. They've had a 30, 40-year head start, and they're still not as developed as South.
Right.
A lot of their immigrants are flooding to South Africa.
Right. That's why
Right
I'm
now,
wondering, like, why?
now, just to give you a sense of which countries had the most white people, it would certainly be South Africa. Um, After that would be Zimbabwe. Uh, then you have Namibia. You have Botswana has a few white people as well. Um,
A few. Yeah, I saw.
Basically, Southern Africa, and then West Africa. A lot of them pushed the white people out. I know Nigeria had a strong. I think it was under the British, if I'm not correct, and they had like a so strong white presence, but that was also pushed out relatively early.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that's also another weapon with which they bludgeon South Africans. Is that the only reason South Africa is so developed is because it has white people. If you were to if you were to take white people out of South Africa, South Africa would be as poor as the poorest African nation, right? Which is not true. But certainly, white people are more productive because obviously they had the institutional backing of government that has, plowed billions of investment into in terms of education and all that stuff. So you have like literally a century of human capital investment differential that obviously is producing different people, right? Like it's difficult to tell what South Africa would have been had there been as much of a concerted effort into investing into Black South Africans' human capital as there was into white South Africans' human capital. And obviously, from the point of racism point, that this all of this feeds into the narrative of Black people having low IQs, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So it's like a whole narrative that like is being thrust upon South Africans, both by fellow Black Africans and people abroad.
Mm.
So yeah, you
Yeah.
have this whole issue, and yeah. So you're asking about how many countries had white people. I
Yeah.
would say it was that, and it was the countries I've listed. A lot of these countries, a lot of Africa had violent transfers of power. So that's one of the things that makes South Africa unique is that we had a relatively peaceful transfer of power between um, the apartheid government and the democratic quotations government.
Yeah.
So
I
yeah,
saw this
so
I saw this video, this chick popped up in my feed, and she was talking, she was a Black American woman that went over to Africa, and she was complaining that she wasn't well received.
where
I'll have to find it. I
probably
hope
not South Africa because
it's somewhere in Africa, but she was complaining that like the way she was being treated by women in South Africa because
it's
she was
Africa.
like, well, I don't know if it's South Africa. It's somewhere in
It's probably
Africa.
yeah, it's
I
probably
just
Ghana or
remember her
something,
saying Africa,
Nigeria.
but it was
Yeah,
funny. She was like talking about how women were treating her like disrespectfully because she was like, they're complaining that I'm not white, that they don't want me here because I'm not white, and I'm not even a woman because I don't have children, and I'm bald. They keep calling me bald.
Yeah,
I was like, see?
yeah. It's a whole. It's like That's what I'm trying to say. That Black Americans are not African. We've had this discussion before, where
Yeah.
I was trying to make the point that they are of African, heritage, like genetically, but
Yeah.
culturally, it's like they're not African. They just look like Africans, but they're not African.
Yeah.
This is not a we're better than you thing. This is we're just different. In much the same way, um, I could say Russians are not like Spanish people,
Mm.
or they're not like and you see what would be or Germans, you know, even though historically speaking, or in terms of their mythology, they come from German stock, or at least a huge portion of the Russians, that is.
Yeah.
Um, so that just goes to show that even though you may have common ancestors, like the civilizational development paths that you take, the cultural development paths that you take, and put you in different like, on different worlds, different planets. You know?
Yeah.
If you take the average Black American, say from Atlanta, and you drop them in the middle of Johannesburg, perhaps they fit in because it's a very cosmopolitan area. But if you
Yeah.
drop them in rural South Africa, they'll stick out like a sore thumb.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah, so
Now
it's
she
just
she was talking about coming back home because she didn't receive the welcome that she was expecting. Because
yeah,
you know what's so funny? Like if I feel like a lot of these, especially black women in my country, they're all about black, 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 black. And then they go around like they're so focused on skin color.
yeah,
So then they go over there and they're like, oh, my people. And they're like, you bald
no,
headed, no child bitch. You're not my people.
exactly.
Yeah.
One of the like the whole FBA community um
Yes. Yes.
has actually picked up on this whole South African immigration issue, and a lot of them have been uh, 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 because it's sort of like it's weird. There's sort of like internal frictions between uh, like if I could call it the black diaspora. Um, Black Americans will be like Africans treat us in this sort of way, right? Especially the FBAs, right? And then when they start seeing that South Africans have similar issues with other Africans, they're like, see, you know.
Yep.
And then at the same time, those same Africans have had this Pan-Africanist philosophy drilled into them. So there's this fantasy of them of all black people coming together to be one,
Yes.
and that's all it's ever been. It's a fantasy
Yeah.
because Africa is the most diverse um, continent on the planet,
Yeah,
and
you
the
said that before.
diversity. Yeah, the thing with diversity is that it makes it difficult to coordinate things as one by
Yeah.
definition,
Yeah.
because diversity means you're different,
Yeah.
right? So how do you bring such a culturally and historically diverse continent together? Like to put it differently, um, a a German has a lot more in common with an Englishman than what a Kenyan has with
Mm.
culturally.
Yeah.
Yeah. When people speak of the West, of Western value, right?
Yes.
That's the thing. And if you look at Africa, um, taking the average Nigerian and putting them next to the average South African and saying, okay, you guys must just live like you're one. It's just not. It's not. How are you supposed to make that work?
Yeah. Oh, it's
Like
hard.
you even had like worse ideas, like the idea of having a united currency, which would be horrible for Africa. Just to illustrate the basic idea of having an economic bloc is that you should have one currency, you should have open borders, you should have regional integration. This is not working in Europe, and they are much more closely related than we are. How on
Oh
earth is this
yeah.
supposed to work in Africa?
Right? Yeah, because I don't remember. I went to Germany not long after they switched the euro.
Yeah, so that would be 2002, around that time.
Yeah, it was 2003 when
Yeah,
I went there. Yeah. So, yeah, there was a lot of people I remember back then complaining about the euro.
exactly. And mind you, the countries in Europe are way richer than the countries in Africa. Like these are countries that
Right.
can afford to indulge in these delusions.
Yeah.
You know, we don't. We don't have that capacity. You know,
Yeah.
we can't afford to have all of Africa migrating to like I was speaking to someone about this, and I think I've mentioned the point to you as well. That the fiber companies aside, who are using elaborate uh, models and scientific approaches to getting a true measure of South Africa's population, are actually putting South Africa's population as north of 95 million. Right? So that's every human being that's in South Africa, right? 95 million. Our official census says we're at about 63, 65 million. That's 30 million people unaccounted.
Yeah.
30 million. These people are eating, they are living, they are breathing, they're going to school, they're doing all these things in South Africa.
University,
Yes, university, as you
apparently.
saw in that clip, right?
That's crazy.
Exactly.
You guys are being
Now,
squeezed for every fucking cent.
exactly. And now, when South Africans say, look, on the ground, this is what we're seeing. And people then bring up numbers from our census and was like, that census is irrelevant. It's like, oh, you're telling me you know more about what's happening in South Africa than your government does. And it's like, yeah, because we're on the ground. These numbers are not relevant,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah.
And look, I'm much more willing to trust the government, the company that stands to lose billions from being inaccurate than some government institution.
Yeah.
I'm much more willing to trust the company because they're like they have skin in the game. They know that if we don't get our projections correct with regards to the distribution and the quantity of the population, we will find ourselves investing billions in infrastructure in an area that only has 5 people, which means we'd have wasted those billions catering to 5 people, 5 customers. That's insane. We need to know who is where and how many are there. So yeah, I'd rather trust those guys. And they're saying it could be north of 95 million, which means we have about 30. Look,
Jesus.
I'm willing to concede that maybe a small fraction of those are South Africans who have not been documented for whatever reasons of inefficiencies in our home affairs department. Fine, but you can't tell me the entire 30 million are undocumented South. No way.
That's okay. So I'm just comparing that to, like, say, Texas. Our
Yeah.
population, I think, is half, close to half of that.
Okay.
I think. Hold on. Let me
Like about
double.
40, 50 million.
Right.
Right.
So our population's half of that. And when I was hearing the current administration discussing mass immigration and stuff, they were talking about that kind of number for my entire country.
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
like
Yeah. Yeah.
that number for double Texas is insane. like,
Exactly.
yeah,
The ratios are crazy.
yeah.
What that means is that okay, take that number and
Mhm.
note that it's most probably skewed young. So it's young people. It's not just young people, it's young men, right?
Yeah.
that's probably the vast majority of that population that's unaccounted for, right? And then take that and compare it to not just the whole population of actual South Africans, take that entire population of South Africans and only take out the working age population because that's who they compete in, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then the ratio becomes even worse then because you'd have to cut off all of the kids because South Africa has we're not like Europe, we don't have like that much of an aging population, so we have quite a lot of kids. So you have to cut a huge proportion of our uh, uh, population just because they're not actually working age. Then you'd also
Right.
have to cut all the people above 65, our retirement age, right? So
That's
there
20
you have it.
million.
Do you get what I'm saying? And then okay,
Yes.
now
That's
on top
huge.
of that, mind you, a lot of that working age population is unemployed, right?
Yeah.
So if you then say only compare the illegals to the people who are actually working because they're the ones who actually compete for jobs, they're the ones who they might be ousting out of their jobs or etc. Right?
Mm.
Then the ratio then becomes crazy. It could very well be 1 to 1, even maybe worse than that. Maybe there may be more illegals than there are people who are working.
Mm.
And then when you start feeding it, now take that ratio and then think about how social welfare is supposed to work,
Mm-hmm.
right? When you have these people coming in and claiming grants from the South African government,
Mm-hmm.
if we have such a small number of people working, and they're
Yep.
supposed to not only support the huge number of South Africans who are not working, but also support these illegals who are, because what they do, right, GM, just to add even more scandal to this, is that it's been reported by the Special Investigations Unit, which would be like, I don't know what I can compare them to in the States. Um, it's not quite 1 to 1, it's not even close to 1 to 1, but like the closest I can think of is like Doge, right? But like a specialized unit that's meant to uncover corruption and things like that, right?
Yeah.
And they've uncovered that we've had years. This has been known, but it's great to finally have it officially stated, right? Um, we've had years of having our own officials sell out our people. So an illegal will come from Nigeria, come into South Africa, pay a particular fee, have false documents created for them, giving them citizenship, giving them, or perhaps even like false marriages, fake marriages. So for if you're in South Africa, GM, you probably find if you were to randomly go through your maybe apply for a passport or something, then you find that just come to a discovery that you actually married to some random Nigerian, and that Nigerian has now used
Oh,
that marriage to get access to the systems in South Africa. Now
that's
you now
crazy. Wait, so
yes,
would that be legally binding? So could they in the divorce take your shit?
uh, uh, uh,
That would
I'm not sure.
suck.
I'm not sure. I guess there would be they'd have to have a burden. They'd have the burden of proof. They'd have to
Approved.
prove
Yeah.
that the marriage was a sham, right?
Yeah,
But
that
yeah,
would.
so this is the sort of thing that we have in South Africa. This is how crazy it is, right? And so when you're seeing all this frustration from South Africans on the news and stuff, this is what's behind it,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
no
let's look at
one
this frustration
acknowledges it.
right here.
Yeah,
Well, people have to now. It's fucking national, global news, right? Or
yeah.
actually, I don't watch mainstream media. I don't know if it's hit the mainstream like the typical ones here, but
A free for all. And we are the ones who are paying. We cannot maintain all the whole of Africa. When you check the whole of Africa, if you go to school, you must pay for yourself. If you go for a clinic or a hospital, you pay for yourself. Why only South Africa out of 53 countries, it has to be a free for all. And we are the ones who are paying tax. Sarah Ramaphosa and that criminal minister of police, They are stealing our taxpayers' money. All of them in the parliament. All of them, they are stealing our taxpayers' money. We must fork out our money and maintain the whole of Africa. We cannot maintain the whole of Africa. If they think we are causing xenophobia, they must go back to their countries. We don't want them anymore here. We fought with the white people for a very long time. Today, the very same economy, it has been inherited by the foreigners. We, the bona fide South Africans, we are not enjoying the economy that we fought for with the white people for a very long time. So for now, if somebody feels that South Africans are xenophobic, fuck off, back to your country. That's all. We don't want any shit of foreigners anymore. These girls who are sleeping with foreigners, they must never think they're going to control us. This is our country. We fought with
You heard that?
for a very, very long time with the white people.
Oh yeah, he's.
So all of them, they must go. And the Section 13 of 2002 is clear. People who should come here are those who are possessing rare skills. And the second people who are coming here, they must have 5 million plus. This goes to 30 million of foreigners. They don't have all those things. So now we must accept that those people, they must come and stay here and we must maintain them. No, we cannot maintain them. They must go to the nearest stand. They must go to the nearest stand.
So, sir, what do you want to see happening now? You know, there are concerns that whatever is happening could spark into something much bigger. And we could see the xenophobic attacks that we previously saw. What is going to happen?
Did she say we could see the xenophobic attacks we previously saw? Is she baiting him?
This is the narrative. This is the framing. You know that the mainstream media pushes through. Because granted, we have had like violent clashes with immigrants before.
Yeah.
The worst was in 2008. I've actually had friends who made the decision to leave after that, to leave South Africa after that. So, yeah, I think they're now in Canada, the States. So yeah, so I'm very aware. Like I remember being with them the day they found out that a relative of theirs was attacked in Pretoria. So yes, South Africans are perfectly aware of how this can go, can boil over and go out of control.
Yeah.
People take the law into their own hands. People vent out their frustration, but like this is not like people. The framing that these people have is that it's an irrational hate. There's actually
Yes.
phobia
Yes. He
but
just
there's
said it
literally a rationale behind it.
Right, and he explained it. You know what though?
Exactly.
I don't think she listens. He's like he pretty much said we're tired of being called xenophobic because we care about our fucking future and our economy. Like,
exactly.
And she's like, well, do you think
it's gaslighting?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Holy shit! Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt this
situation. How do we get it under control?
The first thing, the Minister of Home Affairs must close the borders and deport them. The useless soldiers that are staying in our soldier camps, they must be dispatched around those fences.
Yeah, it stopped. Oh, that's the end of it. Man.
I'm going to share a few. I'm going to give you like a bit of a gauntlet of videos to go through.
Okay.
They're short, so
let's do it.
Let's blitz through them. We'll talk. Is this the one? No, it's the same as the previous one. Copy in. There you go.
Yeah, I'm going to apologize because my country is the biggest exporter of crazy bitch, feminist, open border ideology.
I've got videos of black South Africans, white South Africans, of videos of all sorts of people, and you'll just get a sense of what the general sentiment is.
Okay.
Yeah. So I've sent you two now, so that if you can play the last two. maybe a third one now.
Agree. We agree. White people own everything in your country. You people don't even own anything in your country. We agree. We agree. White people own everything, all the land. You people own all your land. What have you done with it? What have you done with it? Leave us with our white people that own everything. It's fine. We're fine with that. You people, you also own. What have you done with it?
Right?
That's the average South African sentiment. Is that we don't have beef with, these are our people. Don't try wedge.
These are our white people. Leave our white people alone.
No, not just our, like, as in, like, these are our fellow South Africans, you know?
Yeah.
Like, don't try wedge, you know, like some sort of like, you know, don't try to put a wedge between, you know, different people within South Africa. Like, these are South Africans.
Well, what's funny is other African countries pushed out white people out of their fucking country. Now they're invading your country where the white people are. Like,
exactly. And working for whom?
Right.
That's the entire point. It's hypocrisy of, like, and it's so, like, glaring, you know?
The white community of South Africa is also waking up. Illegal foreigners are destroying this country.
I've had a situation personally myself. I've agreed. We're meeting on Monday the 10th. I am going to look for security, especially because I'm sick and tired of the foreigners myself, because I've got a lot of theft and it's the foreigners that are always involved. I've had a situation last week where they stole 60 ton of where they stole 60 ton of concentrate from my other plant. I followed the information with the help of the trio team from Brits. It's all foreigners involved. They all stay in Bokfontein. The one is the owner of Gamora Tavern. They call him Alex. He's the main brain with all the theft of chrome around the whole of Brits. I've got all the information. I've got the proof. I've got everything. The people are running because they know we are coming.
So it's speaking one of the native languages. Translating, yeah. He was speaking one of the native languages this time. Translating essentially what the guy was saying.
Okay.
Yeah, so yeah, it's the sort of thing that's happening. There's a third one that I just sent to you as well.
Mm-hmm. South Africa first before. How do you say that?
It's a word for foreigners, yeah.
Oh, foreigners. Okay. Yeah. Let's say first.
All people in South Africa need to go.
It's like America first.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, South Africa, quick message for all of you guys. Please, it's time that you start focus on South Africa first. What do I mean with that? I don't care race. You need to put race second. You need to put everything that these politicians in South Africa tell you second. You in your mind need to think of South Africa first. All people in South Africa need to work together. All people in South Africa need to go into the same direction. We need to become the country that love our land the most. White, black, Indian, colored, doesn't matter. We all love that land. We all need to have a mindset of South Africa first. Our kids need to go to school. Our kids need to learn business. Our kids need to learn how to take that country forward. We can't fill our kids' minds with sick history, which was wrong, but let's get over that shit. Let's build our kids for a better South Africa. Let's focus on South Africa first. Let's not focus on party first or leader first. No. We South Africans, we have more in common than what the media and these politicians are telling us. We, from today, need to start with South Africa first. South Africa first. Party second. Nonsense third. We need solutions, not talk about problems. Our kids need our leadership, pushing them into the right direction to make our country become the best country in the world. South Africa can be the best country in the world, but we are holding South Africa back. We are taking the opportunity away from South Africa because these politicians want us to hate each other. It stops. On this account, we spread the message of unity and South Africa first. See you next time. Bye.
Okay, Emmanuel, I love the nationalistic spirit, but he's right. The kids need their heads not filled with bullshit.
Yeah,
So
everyone
what
agrees with
your
that.
but what your men need to do is stop letting the women fucking ruin the things. Because women are the nurturing. Yeah.
Essentially, you say that because I have clips of people talking about that very issue of
Really?
education. Yeah.
Yes.
And when I told you I had let me see.
Because going back to that first clip, like
Yeah.
those women are, who were those women that were there signing all the people up for all the things?
Probably like people from NGOs, people like need to understand that I guess it's the same in the States. That a lot of these institutions they pull a lot of women. Like if you were to have like just a mass layoff of staff from any government institution that leans against women, because women tend to be like fill in roles in all of these admin like regulatory sort of roles. They lean towards they pull women. They just in women's interest sphere, so to speak. So yeah, so you like you can imagine that most issues that arise from bad regulations and bad policies tend to have a lot of women behind it.
Yes. And it's always going to turn out that way because women are inherently the caretaking sex. So you put women in government,
yeah,
then it turns into a let's take care of the people thing.
Are they like incapable of I don't know, like fathoming the idea of unintended consequences? Or is it worse? Is it malice? That they see the unintended consequence, but like their ego says, we will win either way.
I don't know. I don't know because I'm currently observing a culture that's very much like that. I know we've spoken in the past about incompetence and what to do about it. There's a sense of charity that I find. I mean, it's nice, right? You have an organization and the people help each other, teamwork, right? But then when you have a bunch of people in there that shouldn't be, they're doing the wrong job maybe for their sex. That is, it's more. It's like it almost turns into a obligatory because this is your little culture and you're supposed to be helping, but there's money involved. So it's like I'm helping you and you're actually earning more than you should be if you were to think about production. Like
yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Like the value given versus the amount paid is not.
Yeah. But it's not, but at the same time, it's not a bad thing generally because people are just naturally inclined to help people.
Yeah.
But in the workplace like that, when you have men and women, and especially in a man's role, like you have a bunch of women doing man's work, and then there's the age factor. And now in our society, there's like ageism, racism, sexism, blah blah blah, the whole list of isms, right? Because those things scream fucking not right for a lot of jobs, right?
Yeah.
So then you have the other people in the environment, like giving them a hand up, right? Helping them. And it's charity. I think it's displaced charity. And I think it's abusing people's natural tendency to be kind to each other. It's an abuse of that. Because that's something I struggle with. I'm like, how do I? Because when I see it, I just see numbers, right?
Yeah.
I see the wage gap, right? I mean, these people are spending the same time, we'll just call it, making the same amount of money based on time spent, but it's like productivity over here and the helping sex versus yeah. So it's like I see that as not really earning your keep.
Yeah, I've had that same sort of approach to things for a very long time, and it goes into experience. It goes into like by experience I mean you can have two candidates come in and claim to have 3 years experience, but those 3 years are not the same value.
Exactly.
Because one person may have been the person who's sort of like just chilling while other people work, versus the person who's actively gaining skills by participating in every single activity across the floor. And so like you can't just generically assume that because a person has got 3 years experience that they automatically have a particular level of quality. You have to, like, this is why I believe that even the whole metric of experience is it's not really valuable. You need to dig into a person's skill set, because that's what you're hiring. You're hiring for what they can do, not what not like the years they've spent in a particular location.
Bobbing and weaving fucking disciplinary shit for incompetence.
Exactly.
And they do, holy shit, do they do that?
This is why like I admire big tech, because of all for all their flaws, right? All of their faults, right? Their openness to hiring people purely based on skill versus credentialism versus oh, this person has got this degree, has got this many years. It's like to big tech, that doesn't matter. It's about what can you do, what have you proven to be able to do, as opposed to some CV, some stacked CV with a whole lot of diplomas that don't really mean anything when you actually start to observe how good you are at your job. So it's I've added to the gauntlet.
Okay, what's next?
That'll be, I believe, the last 3. I'm gonna continue to add a few just to get like a sense. This will be more of a let's enjoy a couple of clips together sort of stream.
Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
Okay, Ghana boy. If you know how long the people have been waiting for the authorities to solve these madness?
This madness. You understand the frustration. How can you go all the way to someone's land and not fear to do this? So this is like the guy interesting enough, this person in this clip is from a show called Toilet, I think it is. So Toilet, that's the one.
Those zip ties?
Which means the guy currently being in the video.
Okay.
So the show is sort of like they explore like all sorts of crime that happens in particularly in the east strand of Johannesburg, and he's actually running for mayor of this person right here. Yeah,
the guy in the beanie right here.
He's actually in the forefront of the protests that are occurring as we speak.
Oh, really?
In the East Rand, if I'm not incorrect. So the guys who were in the previous protests he's joined them and he's going with them in the East Rand. And so like there's a whole show exposing the sorts of crimes that are happening. That they raid drug dens, they raid drug dealers, etc., and a lot of them are illegals. In this clip, if you could like play it,
Yeah.
you'll get a sense for the sorts of people that they're dealing with. I think this guy's, if I'm not correct, from Nigeria. He is selling weed. Had it under his bed. You ask him how much he's selling it for. He says how much he sells it for. How much he gets it for. How much yeah. So initially he was claiming that he only has weed. Right. Let's play the clip play.
Okay.
You're gonna start by showing me all the weed, nah? Then we move to another level. Well, here. Then we're gonna move to another house, no? We know that you have another house.
No, I don't have another house.
I don't know.
I can have another house when I'm staying with my family here.
Which one is your bedroom? It smells like weed, lah. Where's the Nzango?
Under the bed.
You gotta check in, Ngara. Nzango, you don't get it. It's small weed, this one. The whole house smells like weed.
This one is smelling is from me.
Man, this weed is very small. Right?
This is what I told you I had.
Small one.
It's not a small weed.
Small weed.
This is a big one. Just come in.
Small one.
This is a big for me. This is don't drink a lot.
Don't have a lot.
Yeah, this one's a high grade. I'm selling it in a packet.
This one?
Yeah, 50 rand.
High grade?
Yes.
All of these ones are high grade?
Yes.
Woo. Hey, high grade also. How much do you sell one packet?
50 rand, 100 rand.
50 rand, 100 rand. Oh, you are the weed kingpin here. You are the boss of weed.
One pass away.
Don't worry. From weed, we move to drugs. How much is this one? Like this?
About it 1,000.
1,000. Chief, we are done with weed. I want the drugs now. I want crack, cocaine.
They are searching. They haven't found anything. I'm swear to my God. That's why I was even had to bring you here.
I swear to my God.
Take me to another bedroom.
There's no bedroom. This is for my children. I stay with them here. I don't have another house. I came to visit my brother there. We're about to go out to pray.
Go out to pray.
Oh, that's a whole different topic. The whole topic of their churches.
Oh my God, Emmanuel. I'm so sick of hearing all these lying, cheating, thieving, fucking religious people use God as a shield for their bad behavior.
These guys come in, open churches, and run drugs through these West Africans. And obviously, the tithes and the whatever collections they make from the church are used to launder money from drug proceeds. So you just say whatever money you made from selling drugs came from the congregation.
Yeah.
Worse yet, churches are not taxed.
Right.
So perfect.
Perfect. Don't tax my drug money.
Exactly. I get to launder it without having to, pay any sort of like fee to legitimize it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yep. I mean, they're not dumb. They're mathematically sound.
They're not.
They're good business people.
I'm not taking that away from you, but
and you know
if
what?
you do business elsewhere.
Yeah, they could.
You have no problem if you time you're hustling, could you go and hustle elsewhere? Because this kind of hustling doesn't work in South Africa. We don't like it. We don't accept it. It's ruining our children. It's ruining our entire generations of people. We're now hooked on drugs. We are being prostituted. I remember as a kid. I believe I've told you this before. I remember as a kid. We'd always hear stories about Nigerians prostituting women in my hometown, and this is 20 years ago now, and it's only gotten worse since.
Yeah.
So yeah, you can imagine, like when people see something happen, like when people see these protests, they think that it just sparked all of a sudden from something that happened yesterday, or they just saw like hallucinating, because they don't ever hear the other side of things. They don't hear the 20 years of people reporting on these sorts of activities in South Africa, right?
Yeah.
So it's not coming from nowhere. It's yeah. Let's let the clip play a bit.
Okay.
It's a bit of a long one.
Yeah, because yeah.
Yeah, because he's lying, saying that he only has weed.
Oh, I know, from the get-go lying, and then I was praying and
Going to
lying, and
church.
fucking hypocrite.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah.
There's more with there.
No. It is a phone.
Eh?
Something I keep there, not a weed.
No, it's illegal. What do you keep there?
Phone.
Phones.
Yes.
You keep phones there.
Yes.
How many phones are there?
Not that much.
How many phones are there?
Oh, if you could just pause for a second.
It's a small phone.
And we don't have what you call them, basements here. We don't have crawl spaces here. So everything that would be in your crawl space would be in your the roof, between the ceiling and the roof.
The attic.
So your electrical, yeah. So all of that would be there, and so obviously a lot of these guys hide their stuff there. Go through the trap door, and then I think they're going to find like phones, as they're saying in the subtitles. They're going to find phones, probably linked to all sorts of nefarious activity, and yeah, this gives a sense of what else they find.
Okay. By the way, good morning, Tom. Good to see you. Hey, Billy. Billy's here.
Phone up. None. Plastic full of drugs. You said you're not selling drugs. You're making me a fool, nah? You think I'm here to play? Let us what? I told you, me and you, we're gonna get. Azisha, was that Azisha's union? Tony Montana.
I like how he's trolling him and fucking. I mean, dude's zip tied. He's going nowhere. He can torture him as long as he wants.
Oh man, it's.
I hope people vote him in for mayor. It'll be nice to see him work.
We gonna dance tonight, me and you. Check out everything. Yeah. Tony Montana. You know that movie, Tony Montana? What is this? Cat. How much is it worth?
This is 3,000 each. 2,000 each.
Chief, I want more drugs. Nah? Everything that you have in your mind and in this yard and in this house and in your heart, I want it. All of it.
In your heart?
Outside.
Where?
Outside.
Okay, let's go outside. Chief. You are like you. You are very smart, my guy. I like you very much. Here. This pipe. This one, huh? Okay. Container.
There's something there inside there.
Okay. Oh, this one. Small.
When I bring that one, after me finish, I put it inside here. When I finish, I put it
Yeah. But let me remind you something that you forgot. You see these ones? These ones. This is small.
Hold on.
Yeah.
What did he say?
It was inaudible, so even I don't.
Yeah, but I wanted to see if I could hear it.
Oh, this one. Small.
when I bring that one, after me finish, I put it inside here. When I finish, I put it
Yeah. But let me remind you
when
something
I
that you
finish, I'll
forgot.
do something.
You see these ones?
Yeah, I know what you said.
These ones. This is
Yeah.
small.
Yeah. So that's just like a sentence. Yeah. Just for Betty in the chat there, I even saw South Africans commenting on I've even seen South Africans commenting on deportation of illegals in in the UK, and people
Oh
are
yeah.
like standing in solidarity with the UK, saying that like we will eventually win, and we'll get these third worlders out to our country.
Good morning, Adrian. Billy says he's here in spirit. Oh yeah. Doing something sketchy.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay, let's go to the next clip.
Next one.
Wasn't looking for you more there, but
Okay, Ghana boy. I'm excited. Do you think he'll win for mayor?
let's see. Let's see. The election's on the 4th of November, so we'll know by then.
Yeah.
His party is relatively small, but the issue's huge. The issues that
Yeah.
they talk about are very huge, and he's gone to backing of being like someone who's known on TV and stuff like that. So he
Oh
might be an
yeah, yeah,
outlier
yeah.
in terms of performance. And on top of that, the with the fact that this issue has now come to a head now, all these things are working in his favor. I forget what the term is for the opposite of the headwind, a tailwind, right?
Tailwind.
So
The
they're
back pressure.
yeah, so they're pushing him, they're aiding him in his campaign. So it will be
Yeah.
interesting to see what sort of coalition they may form, because I
Yeah.
doubt that he will get, his party in that particular municipality will get an outright vote. So yeah, let's see. In the meantime, on the side, I'm also looking for other clips. So I have a lot of these saved. As I was thinking about this stream, I was like, yeah, let me just clip that, save that. Yeah, if you play the next one.
Put South Africans only. I love the civic nationalism rising
Oh yeah,
in the country.
oh yeah.
Okay.
Didn't want him to continue running his spaza shop. All right, not enough people in South Africa are talking about the situation, so let's change that. This 27-year-old man named Mazwi Kobeka from Vosloorus has been missing for nearly a month under suspicious circumstances, and his family say it's because he was running a spaza shop. They also believe that a South African man was colluding with a group of Somalians who kidnapped Mazwi because they didn't want him to continue running his spaza shop. Let that sink in for a moment. A South African man allegedly threatened for running a spaza shop in his own community. That is crazy. Police have since taken 2 men into questioning, one South African man named Zulu and an unnamed Somalian, and also they are investigating if these claims are true or not. And local spaza shop leaders are saying that the government has neglected them and not prioritized their safety, which is why a situation like this is happening. Let's hope that Mazwi is found soon, and I'll keep you guys posted.
Yeah, he's been missing for a month now, and you rest assured, should he be harmed, there will be chaos.
Yeah.
If I could, I just know if I sent you the clips. One of the things that the guys are, one of the songs that they were singing was, it was translated. One of the chants they were singing during the protest was they saying, "Hey government, reprimand your people," right? and I don't know if by your people they're referring to the officials, or these illegals with which they are colluding, right?
Right.
And they say, and the rest of the song basically goes like, recommend because know that we are not afraid of blood, and the day we meet, there'll be a massacre.
Yeah.
And in this case, I'm pretty certain they mean it. So, yeah, so it is a highly sensitive issue, and these guys better proceed with caution because I've got so many clips to show you. Like, I'll show you some clips of the guys protesting. Just show you. Essentially,
Did you want me to play this one? White
yes,
South
send it.
Africans have entered the chat.
It's not actually West African. It's someone from the UK, right? But the point's still the same, right? Specifically about Nigeria.
Yeah, he literally has a UK flag in the background.
Yeah, don't know why the guy said West African.
Let's see what the UK is saying.
The position we are in right now. Trending on Twitter, Nigerians, rather than listening to me and focusing on fixing your own country, instead, you did exactly what everyone expected. And you attacked me in the comments, and you've gotten me more views than ever before. More people have realized that your country is failed, and hundreds of people are being killed every single day than before you even watched my video. If you had listened to me, and you had listened to what everyone else was saying, that your country is failing, and instead you need to focus on fixing your country, we wouldn't be in the position we are in right now. Trending on Twitter, #1 is that Nigeria is a failed country. 15,000 posts about hundreds of people being killed a day in Nigeria. There is a reason for this. It is not because of people being sick of what's happening in Nigeria. It's because of people in Nigeria defending what's happening in Nigeria. For you to sit here and pretend, Nigerians, that your country is this utopia and this brilliant place full of engineering minds like you're trying to portray it as, you are an idiot. Nigeria truly is one of the most failed countries on the planet, where there are dead bodies on the side of the street and hundreds of people are being killed a day. And if you didn't spend the whole time attacking me in the comments of my videos about it, and you instead focused on fixing your country.
You know what, though, Emmanuel? What he was just saying is also true for my country.
Yeah.
Like what he's saying about failing, like it's happening in the whole West. The whole West is fucking failing.
Yeah, but that's because you imported the sorts of people who come from failed countries, and you imported the people who caused their respective countries to fail.
Yeah, but those people are still in charge of stuff. Just like in my country, we still have tons of fucking feminists everywhere in positions of authority, and things are failing.
Yeah. You see, it's a very cool clip that I saved. That was for whatever reason, I don't know if there are more clips. Send I think another 3.
Mm-hmm.
Just this is gonna be a gauntlet, PM. So.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you see him?
Yeah. I mean that one clip way back where the dude was talking to the reporter, closing the borders.
Yeah.
Okay, so those NGOs, those chicks that were sitting there signing the people up for the things, those NGOs, how do they have the authority to go into a public where people are and get them signed up for the things? Like,
it's probably NGOs, a mix of NGOs, and it's like you have guys like from the UN and stuff like that, right? Because people are, I guess the countries are, including South Africa, are signatories to whatever accords that the UN has. So one of them would obviously be, I think about, if I'm not incorrect, about 75% of countries in the world are signed up to the international report about asylum. So, and I'm pretty
Okay.
sure South Africa is one of them. Yeah.
So those
So
people, those
it's like
women that are
yeah,
in that community aren't from that community, right? They come in from elsewhere.
yeah. Some of them are from other countries. Like we have one big uh, NGO we have is based in Germany, and I think the person who runs it is like from Germany, and then I
Damn it.
push all
So these
sorts of.
are Gray's crazy bitches going to your country
Oh
where
yeah,
people are
there's a
squatting
there's a
and
there's a
giving
whole
them.
lot of people from. Oh yeah, there's a whole lot of people from Gray's side, you know,
We
a
got to
neck of
get
the
Gray
woods. So
on
it's
later
yeah,
here. We need to talk to
yeah.
him about his crazy NGO bitches.
Like a lot of them are pushing the whole climate change stuff.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
they
yeah.
come with like loads of money, essentially bribe our politicians to align themselves with the climate change agenda. Mind you, we are a fossil fuel rich country. It's cheap, it's reliable, it's stable. This is the sort of energy that we need to power not only our economy but to feed our people.
Yeah.
And these people are pushing for our country to switch to a much more expensive, much more unreliable form of energy that could, if disaster strikes, lead to famine. So this is this is these are the sorts of things that Europe are voicing or whatever upon us. So this is what you're seeing when you see a lot of Africans show resistance against the US, Europe, and the West as a whole.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Like it's not necessarily rooted in hatred. Some of it is like we understand that there are people who control your countries who are pushing certain agendas. But those agendas are leading to death in our countries.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, so like there's like a running joke on social media of like a meme of African huts, right? Before, right? And then like basically this is like a picture of Africa before, and then the Africa after is like the same huts with like G wagons and all sorts of other fancy cars next to them.
Right.
And then the
Right.
caption is like before Africa before what do you call it, USAID, and Africa after USAID, that sort of thing, like essentially
Yeah.
aid from the West. And that's exactly what it is. Is that
Yeah.
it goes to the elites, they buy, German cars, they, take their girlfriends to, on vacations, they buy them expensive bags and things like that, flaunt their wealth in quotation marks in front, in front of us, and yeah, and nothing ever really gets solved. So a lot of things, like a lot of people will say, like, with Trump's cutting of the USA AID, I think that's how it's pronounced,
Yeah.
and
Yeah. Yeah.
and that like that's been met with happiness, like applause and all that, because like people are like, finally you're cutting off the supply to all these corrupt people. Like when Zambia apparently has been told by Trump recently that apparently it's not like verified, so take with a pinch of salt. I saw a tweet saying that the US is essentially telling Zambia that they're going to cut off their AIDS related financing from the state.
Yeah. I've been
And
hearing
in
about that.
exchange, if they want that to continue, they'll have to give up some mineral rights or something, whatever. So essentially saying, like,
Yeah.
this is not going to be like some freebie, let it be like a trade.
A
And
fair
people like,
trade. Yes.
these
Reciprocal.
Africans are saying, no, look at America bullying
Yeah.
African countries again. And
Yeah.
then, like, obviously, a lot of South Africans are like, why didn't you get your act together?
Yeah.
Why haven't you this, like, they've been giving aid for the past 20, 30 years, and you guys haven't got
Right.
haven't thought maybe one day this money will run out, maybe one
Right.
day it'll stop, maybe there'll come a day there's an official, a president or whatever, who says, okay, that's enough.
Yeah.
You've had 20, 30 years to prepare for that day,
Yeah.
and yet you haven't. for obvious reasons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
because
yeah.
people that you give free shit to aren't obviously very forward thinking, or else they wouldn't need the free shit.
Or vice versa, you could say giving them free money would disincentivize them from being forward thinking.
Yes.
So
Yes.
if my access to this money hinges upon me being in a weakened state, what's
Yeah.
the incentive to get out of that weakened state?
Right. It's almost like when we give people free shit, we're stealing their future potential.
That's exactly what's happening.
Yeah.
That's exactly what's happening.
Yeah. I mean,
And
that's
for
kind of.
everyone, who's striving to build that future,
Yeah.
somewhere along the way they meet up with someone whose incentives are aligned that way against them. So you'll be someone who wants to say start and imagine if there's like an Elon Musk inside of someone, right? Who wants to
Yeah.
come up with the next big industrial, wave, like some invention that's going to change the future, like forever, right? And they come across whatever department they need to, and that department is telling them about climate change. That department is telling them about what about your contributions to some AIDS charity. No, we can't finance this thing because that would go against the the rules for us getting whatever aid from the United States. Essentially stunting Africans, South Africa in our case, stunting their growth, stunting their ability to pull themselves out of poverty.
Yeah. Yes. No, we're fucking developmentally retarding people by doing shit for them. It's that displaced mommy energy. I'm telling you, the smother
That's
mothers.
exactly it. It's
And you know
infantilizing.
what? And you know what? People do that shit because they're fucking lonely. I see it fucking everywhere. People disable other people and enable them because they're lonely.
Because they don't have kids of their own?
Because they don't have kids of their own.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I'm not sure which day are we on now. Let's see some of these.
The non. Okay. Did the non-biased one? What? South Africa anti-immigration mob chasing and forcing migrants to close their businesses. Is it that one?
It's just one person. Obviously backed by more, but it's one person. That's the leader at the front of it.
Hold on, let me make sure that's the next
one.
one. Okay, yeah, that's the next one. Okay. This is brilliant.
Nah. Nah, what I'm
Satamaya, Satamaya.
I'll translate for you. So if you could pause for a second. He's saying is it these guys who are basically by these guys saying is it foreigners who are essentially in charge of this area. They're the ones who are controlling this area. And the person responds like, yeah. And then he's like here in like the land of, and then he names one of like the Zulu ancestors, right? Like the land of essentially the Zulu, right? The land of South Africans.
Yeah.
Right? And he's saying, you tell me these guys are the guys who are running this area. Because previously, before they got there, they were told that what they did previously in the Eastern Cape and in Durban, they would never be able to do it in this part of South Africa because they're saying like we run this place. These are the illegals telling that, and there he is in that place doing what he's doing in the Cape. So yeah, if you could play, I'll translate the rest.
Okay.
Watch them run.
Hmm?
That's them running on the just above that.
Yeah, these guys.
Yeah, yeah.
Salamayona. Salamayona.
So basically, what he's saying is that
Yeah,
he's
literally,
asking,
it's one guy. People.
yeah, and he's asking, what are you doing here?
Yeah.
What are you doing in my country?
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's got some traditional Zulu warrior shit
yeah,
on too.
yeah.
Like
He's
he's engaged in battle.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
He's actually from the part of South Africa where the I call this, how can I call it, could I call it the Washington DC of the Zulu Empire is, right? Because what the Zulu Kingdom is it's a collection of different kingdoms, so to speak. So technically, the Zulu king is actually an emperor.
Okay.
Yeah, because he's the king of kings,
Yeah.
right? So yeah, so he's from a place where all of these kingdoms they come to meet and discuss like the issues of the empire, so to speak. So yeah, if I'm not incorrect, he's actually a traditional general.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so just to put this in context, these stores are being run by illegal immigrants.
Yes, and they're not allowed to do that. Mind you, South Africans who want to get these stores are told that they need to fork out exorbitant deposits that these guys are not told they need to fork out. So it's like it becomes like a
yeah.
That's why I was trying to draw the parallels between the H-1B visa discussion, because that's what the guys were saying in Take. They're saying that what happens is that you get these guys, they come in, they worm their way into management, and then they only hire their own. They exclude Americans,
Yeah.
and it becomes like a whole like feedback loop, essentially reinforcing the idea that no, we could never be able to survive as American companies without hiring people from India to come and do jobs that Americans are perfectly able to do.
Yeah.
That's essentially what's happening. So if I don't know if I sent you one of the following clips, it will actually show you what the place looks like after they came and did their march. These areas are crime riddled, infested areas of Johannesburg. A lot of these places have had buildings hijacked by Nigerians and other Africans who come into South Africa, and much in the same way that they did to the guy who was disappeared, the 27-year-old man who was disappeared, they do that sort of thing. They take over buildings, and obviously this works in hand in hand with the legal framework that I think I mentioned to you. That makes it impossible to evict people.
Yeah.
And buildings become, like entire regions of Johannesburg are like slums now.
Yeah. So the guy that's missing is one of your guys, and these guys are illegals that are competing with your guys.
Come again, you said?
So the guy that was missing, that you were saying if he's not found, some shit's gonna go down.
Yeah.
He was a South African.
He's South African, yeah.
Yeah. So these guys are the illegals.
Yeah. The guy
so they're trying to take out the competition.
This guy who is chasing these people, he's with this guy from the drug raid. They are now together in the place where the guy who was kidnapped is from. That's where they are today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now this is cool to see this one dude fucking charging in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's the guy who was saying, there's a clip of him saying, the movement started last year, March of last year, and there were 20 of them in Durban. our equivalent of Miami, and now he's got about 700,000 followers on Facebook, and it's growing.
700,000. Those are not rookie numbers.
Those are not rookie numbers over a single year.
Yeah.
Someone from like rural areas of South Africa.
Yeah.
Addressing one issue.
Yeah.
And it just balloons. Like that, he was saying, like this shows that what we're doing has legs. It's not like some fluke.
Yeah.
You know.
Well,
we are clearly addressing a very important issue in
the
minds and hearts of South Africa.
Yeah, and hearts and minds of South Africa. Let's watch this fucking warrior proceed. I want to see these people run. Because you know what? They are fucking cowards when being confronted. All these people that lie, cheat, and steal to get wherever they are. At the end of the day, they're fucking cowards.
On social media, they're so chatty.
Yes. They are so chatty unless you're face to face with them. And then they're fucking very subordinate. Like, I mean, these guys are running. I mean, yes, there is, kind of a very physical threat there, but
I've actually got a clip of him slapping one of them.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, so he has a reputation already. His reputation.
And the cops are right there with him.
Yeah. Ooh.
The South African police are right there with him.
Yeah.
Now, I think technically, one would expect that the cops should be arresting him. Instead, they just sort of gently reprimanding him. Like, okay, maybe pull back here or do that sort of thing. It's not like a thing of them arresting because they know that should they dare arrest him, things will just go crazy. Things just descend into chaos.
Yeah.
So he's essentially untouchable.
Right.
Yeah.
That's so good.
But are you seeing it? One of them in the hijab.
Huh?
One of them was wearing a hijab. One of the ladies.
Yeah, I see that. I see that. We'll back it up. Yeah, right there.
You see?
Yeah.
What he's shouting is saying, "Go back into your rooms, close the doors. What are you doing roaming the streets?" This is the guy who's saying that by the end of the year, all of these people will be gone. And he's saying something else. He said is that now they're just marching peacefully, but there will come a time where they'll be going store to store, house to house, asking, "Who are you? Why are you here? Where's your permit? What are you doing in our country?"
Yeah.
Yeah. So for now, I guess the idea is, and I can see politically how this is, what the strategy is. It is, let's have video evidence of us being peaceful.
Mm-hmm.
Let's have video evidence of us trying to incentivize people to self-deport.
Right.
Right?
Yeah.
And then once they do not, and once the government clearly shows that they're not willing to do what we want them to do, then we'll escalate. And there will be a clear record of the fact that we gave them time, we gave them the opportunity to do what we want them to do. This is why we've escalated to this level now.
Yeah.
Strategically, see what game he's playing.
Yeah. I like it.
And there are people on our side of things, on the South African side of things, who wanted to send us chaos now. And he's literally like, of all the people he's whipped, he goes around carrying a whip as well. And most people whipping are South Africans because he's saying like you're going against the strategy we have here. And I need to show you like some of the clips from cool stuff, man.
Yeah.
Hey.
Mm.
And they march. So he had put what he does is they sort of like do this crowd control thing, and everyone's like disciplined about it.
Yeah.
So he'll put his stick down, the people stop, everyone will like sit, and he'll go one man and walk like
Yeah.
different blocks, and then go back to the crowd and then walk and go with the move with the crowd, like essentially patrolling the entire area. And what
Yeah.
that's done, like the clips of what the Eastern Cape looks like since they left, what Durban looks like since they left. The streets are empty, they're clean. People are now voluntarily, South Africans are coming out and cleaning the streets. So it's like there's a sense of like now that these people have left, there's now the vacuum, the space allowing South Africans to exercise their what would have been like their natural way of behaving, which is take care of your streets, take care of your home, don't let it turn into a slum, So the idea that like I've seen quite a lot of videos of people since this sensationalism where they say South Africa's collapsed, South Africa is the black South Africans have turned South Africa into a hellhole. It's like no, it's way
Right.
more of a complex story than what that's
Right.
what someone would say if you're just looking at the surface level. If you're just looking at what you see, looking at black people, that you
The
just immediately
surface
assume they
level
must be black.
people, the crazy bitches.
Or just like people who like just looking at South Africa like just on a surface level, like you just look at black people, you see black people doing bad things, you assume it's black South Africans. I don't expect people from say the UK or the States to be able to understand the intricacies of South Africa at this level. And obviously we have some people who, for whatever perverse reasons, have a need to drive a certain narrative about South Africa, and it's not the case.
Yeah.
Another stat that was like sort of floating about in during this time was that 60% of people arrested for violent crimes in Gauteng, this is the province that houses both our one of our capital cities and our economic hub, Johannesburg. 60% of the people arrested for violent crimes in that province are foreigners. Now, South Africa has about five cities in the top 20, I believe, most dangerous cities in the world. I think the top 3 are South Africa. What would that look like if we had taken out every legal immigrant in South Africa, deported them, given that they account for 60% of the rest?
Right? I mean, what did Trump recently do in DC?
Exactly. Are you getting like to even assume that South Africa is like crime ridden because of black South Africans is so like surface level in terms of assessment.
I mean, Emmanuel, you can't put all the blame on illegals.
No.
I have heard you say
not all.
how
Not all.
violent
Not all.
South Africans are to other South
Not all.
Africans.
Not all.
Yeah.
But like this is not what I'm trying to illustrate is that this is not a linear issue, right? It's a cascading issue. So it's not just that if you take illegal immigrants, 60% of it goes. It's not like a one-to-one because it's about the incentive structure and the networks, the syndicates that are behind this thing. It's a whole interconnected system.
Yeah.
So
I do understand that
we don't have a real sense of what percentage of that crime is actually organically South African crime.
Right. And you need to push out the other in order to sort yourself out.
That's exactly what these people are saying. Like one of the guys was saying, being interviewed, saying that you can't like clean your house and reprimand your kids in front of visitors. You need to have them leave so that you can discuss your familial issues, sort out your issues within like your country, and then literally what the guy was saying in one of the interviews, you're saying that then thereafter then you can come back legally.
Yeah,
Like, it's not
once we have our house in order.
once we have our house in order.
Yeah.
Let's get all of the immigrants out. Okay, fine. We see,
Yeah.
okay, let's say we see, okay, South Africa's crime has dropped a bit, but not significantly enough. Okay, now we know the people who are left that we need to, sort out. And these very same people who are against illegal immigrants will be the ones patrolling, going and whipping these South Africans who are not behaving correctly.
Yeah, running that dude. He's badass. I want to see more of him.
Oh yeah, there's
running around with the whip.
Let me see
Your
if I can
fellow
find one
Zulu tribesmen.
Yeah.
Okay, I have this next clip. No, I like that. Because yeah, when there's just too much going on, and you like, that's why I'm like, why are these fucking those NGOs need to be fucking stopped. Those women that make money from going to other countries and fucking it up need to be unemployed. They need a different fucking job. Like, they need to be stopped, because I don't understand what gives them the right to do that. Go into other countries and fuck with the environment.
Yeah.
Okay. What is that? We need to give this country to the Zulus. They can fix it within 100 days.
Makela, that's one of the kind names for Zulu people. So speaking in Zulu.
Hayi bafana kancane kancane kuzawulunga kancane kancane kuzawulunga.
I'll translate for you afterwards.
Uthi ukuthi uzakuma ephathi
He's saying bit by bit this situation will improve. That's what he just saying. Right? Okay, play and then I'll translate.
Kula nje usho uthi video ungabanjwa nje nayinkunzi ithule nje kanje igoli. Zifikile insizwa zibabhema. Afikile amajongo lokhuza ngiyakutshela. Thule kuthenya igoli.
He's saying, when else have you he said, could you imagine that it could ever be possible that a person could come out in Johannesburg with the phone and just record the streets and have it be and not be mud? He's saying he's basically what the video is doing is that it's showing how empty the streets are, how quiet they are, how safe they are since these guys came through, and since basically all of the immigrants have been sent into hiding. So, like, if we could do like some sort of instantaneous criminal analysis of criminal activity in the area, I'd be surprised if you don't find that there's like an 80% drop, not like 90.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like all of this is illustrating that if the people get up and decide to fix things, it can change. We don't need to wait for politicians. We don't need to listen to their endless appeals to whatever administrative procedure that we need to follow. No, this is technically the law says this, technically the regulation says that. No, we need solutions now. And this clearly is delivering what we need. There's another clip, I don't know if I sent it to you. There's another clip of like a boy, a young teenager, who's like celebrating. He's like, I've never seen this part of Johannesburg so clean, so safe, I've never been so free to play outside without worrying about being mugged or stabbed or whatever, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. No, I don't see it in this lineup.
It's pointing to it's making people question, are we actually as criminally, active as we think we are as South Africans on our own? Like, what could this country look like if we managed to get rid of all of the illegal immigrants?
Right.
All of the worst of the third world. Just looking for a clip of this lady where she actually says something that sounds so similar to what Trump said and was like harangued for.
You know
Man, I
what's
can't find it.
crazy? It's this illegal immigration problem and just the parasitic nature of them and how they're siphoning off the government funds and then there's people that are enabling it. It just is a reflection of literally every company that has DEI policies and all these DEI hires. It's literally the same fucking thing. So that's what I've been
Let's
thinking
see if I
about
can
my
find it.
environment and
I'll find it quickly. I don't know if there's another clip that I've probably sent to you.
played that one. I think I've played all the ones you've currently sent to me.
Okay, I'll send a few. Let me see if one of them is. Okay. Here's one.
Billy is having a hard time.
Oh, is he having a hard time hearing me, or is he talking about the people in the video?
You.
Oh, okay.
You're Barry Whiteface.
I think these I don't know if maybe it's like the headset that like accentuates that because it's noise cancelling. So maybe it's sort of like cutting out some of the frequencies that make me sound like Barry White. Let me see, let me see. I'm trying to find this clip.
Oh, here's the Western woman at the forefront.
Yeah.
The reason why people are like, you guys aren't acting like Africans, South Africans, because you look like fucking American feminists.
But she's cooking, man. She's the one behind this entire movement.
Is she behind it? Is she back pressure or spearheading?
Both. It's like leading from because it's sort of like she sets the path, and then the guys like are the ones who like are those who implement, right? And it's working, man. I've got to say, I need to hand it to her. She knows her role.
Just saw a high five. Slay Queen Slay. Hopefully.
If you could like play the clip and maybe get a sense of.
Yeah. Let's see.
At the end of the day, khona izinto njengoba nje at the end of the day, khona izinto njengoba nje sikhula, yabo. It's either we have an understanding of soklezi xabana. So ngifisa kwaziwe on record ukuthi kule ngoma yamashangane akhulunywa ngamashangane lawa la eSouth Africa sabasisho kanjani akushiwo
For a second,
we might just need to read it.
Able to?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can see that crime, even the law of South Africa has let me just. The Immigration Act says a person who is here illegally, it doesn't give them the land. It doesn't give them food. Let them stay. Be comfortable. It says you deport them. Yes, like now Malema, I want to.
Malema's the guy behind the Kill the Boer song. The guy with the red beret and all that, yeah.
Yeah.
It says, I
I want to prove to him that here in
KwaZulu-Natal is a province in which the Zulus are, that's like their home.
okay.
No one will ever be EFF again. So he's saying, like, we want to prove that these guys, the guys who are extremists against white South Africans, we want to prove to them that they'll never ever have a foothold in our province. He even went as far as saying, like, there's another clip of him calling him like a dead snake that will never ever rise again.
They gave him the boot.
I wish people understood how hated this guy is by everyone else outside of his constituency. You find him abhorrent, like, and yet because he's black and because he utters these things and because social media is social media, we all get painted with the same brush.
Yeah.
90% of people don't agree with him, but because there's this 10% that does, and it's probably much smaller because if you look at the number of people who don't vote, it's way smaller than what the vote share shows. Then the rest of them get painted with that brush that black South Africans hate white people, they want to genocide them, they want to kill them or whatever.
Well,
no.
Right, but there's something to be said about enablers who say nothing. You condone the thing if you say nothing. Like,
if everyone's saying this, if people are saying, like, rejecting him, Julius Malema just sued him because the guy in the green shirt, right? He sued him for 1 million rand and along with a public apology, and the guy. And people are saying, like, no, we'll raise the money. Carry on speaking. Expose this guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's the guy in the mask?
I'm not sure. I haven't watched the show before. It's a relatively new show from 93.
Okay. Who's the guy with the headband thing?
Both of them have headband things. All of them.
The guy on the bottom.
Don't know him either. The guy in the top left is the guy I'm talking about, and
yeah,
he's one of the three guys, along with the other guy who was chasing those foreigners. It's him, this guy with the green shirt, and the lady. Those are the three guys at the forefront of the movement.
Okay.
Yeah, but this is backed by, like, the Zulu princes. It's backed by the king himself, the king of the Zulus. He's made speeches about this issue. So yeah, this is, like, people are realizing that, like, this is exposing that people don't actually rate the government. The South African people would sooner listen to this civilian with the green shirt than our president.
Yeah.
He is completely disconnected from the people. He in football terms would say he's lost the dressing room. Yeah. So very good probably understand that.
Well, I mean, if she's doing feminist puppets are just going to be feminist puppets. So if she could be your puppet, that's a good thing.
She's actually our GM.
You're really?
Yeah.
Really?
She's more of what you're talking about, where, like, like the whole thing of, like, no, like how I was saying to you, you have this tendency of setting goals that I would say are, way beyond being achievable. But then that's, like, she's that sort of time. Right?
What do you mean?
Right, but it seems it's that whole thing of, like, if you don't dream big enough, then if, like, the dreams don't scare you, you're not dreaming big enough. That sort of thing.
I don't see it as a dream. I see it as a reality because the maths line up.
she would speak like you. She sounds a lot like you, and even the like, don't like let the dress code make you think she's aligned with what you see in ATL or Los Angeles, or
Yeah.
or New York.
Yeah.
I
mean, she looks like every other superficial
Then
Western
let her
woman.
speak.
But let her
Speak.
speak. Yeah.
Let me see. I've got a clip. I don't know if I've already. Let me just see if I.
But I'm very judgmental with what I see with my eyes.
You're gonna have to look
I mean,
beyond that.
I will believe you if you say she's saying the right things, because that is important. And I do understand how important it is for crazy bitches to mirror. And if they can mirror a woman like that, that's saying, I mean, they will identify because they probably look the same, and it might change things for real. So I fully support that.
Here's the last link I sent you. That's
Okay.
of her speaking.
I just personally have a hard
tell me
time
something.
hearing somebody talking about oppression and poverty when they waste money on all the things like that. Like that I have a hard time.
No, she's not oppressed. She's not of that class. She's speaking for that class.
Okay.
So she's not
a waste money on superficial bullshit class.
This is like if you were to have, say, for example, Elon Musk, pardon me, talking on behalf of the average, white American working class man.
Okay.
Right, he's not there, but he's sympathizing, empathizing, and he's, advocating for their interests, sort of thing.
Okay.
Yeah. Tell me if anything sounds familiar from what she says in this clip.
Okay.
Wonke lamanye amazwe could have been talking about le conversation.
Let's go subtitles. I don't know if you can. There's no way for you to zoom into the subtitles.
No, I do not know what I could say, but this conversation of the African unity. Hold on, let me turn her voice off. Has never been there before, ever since it existed, right? Countries. South Africa is the last country to gain its independence, the last one. All those other nations could have been telling about what is African unity. All along, they could have been talking about, but they did not talk about it. Now South Africa has been created a country that is modeled of what other Africans want. So they leave their failed countries to come to this country because it is a model of what being free and being a rebel is like. Criminals in South Africa thrive. We are not importing the best of the best immigrants.
What does that? Does that sound familiar?
Yeah, hold on. This is one thing you must know. We are not importing immigrants who are top of the class in their countries. We're importing the worst of the worst. I do not know what I could say, but this is a conversation.
No, that's go back to the beginning.
But okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so she's saying what Trump's been saying, right?
Yep.
She's saying what you've been saying for years, Emmanuel.
Yep.
I mean, if she's your feminist puppet, I'll support her.
Here's one more clip.
Just make sure she doesn't flip the script, and blame fucking men for it.
If
she needs to be talking about the women who are signing the paperwork and giving the things to all these illegal people, because that's why they're there. It's because somebody's taking care of them.
There are clips of her addressing women, especially the women who are pushing back against this movement, and the ones who are,
Really?
yeah, like direct.
Yeah.
Let me see that. Let me see if I can find a clip of it addressing that.
I mean, at the end of the day, yes, I can agree with the men that want to blame the men, because men have been giving up the things and saying yes when they shouldn't be. But
also, evidence to that point is what the change that's happened since these guys have taken up arms and said, okay, look, we're going to patrol the streets and see what's happening in Johannesburg and in the Eastern Cape. And next stop was Cape Town, which is like, which is now the hub of illegal migrants, because
yeah,
it's like the touristy part of South Africa. Most touristy part. It's not industrial. It's more LA. More LA, yeah. Where it's glitz and glamour and Hollywood. I don't know how many movies, like top tier Hollywood movies have been shot there. What's the name? Iron Man's house from the movies. It's in Cape Town.
mm.
I don't know how many movies. I think certainly one of the Avengers movies are shot in Johannesburg as well, and in Cape Town. A lot of other movies are shot there. It's a hub for modeling as well. It's a yeah, so it's like LA. I could liken it to LA with a bit of New York in the sense that there's also a strong financial hub there. So
Mm.
yeah, it's that, yeah.
Well, this is exciting stuff, Emmanuel.
Yep.
Super exciting. I'm looking forward to seeing how this affects. I know you've mentioned in the past Germany and Gray and how what's going on there, how it will affect your country. But I'm curious if some of this will
So
affect
the other way.
Yeah. Yeah,
Of course,
yeah.
because it's oh man, I wish I could find that clip that I had of a I believe it's a British guy who was saying, he was basically pointing out that look at the South Africans, they're having the same issues that we have. It's clearly not a race thing, it's a
Right.
mass migration thing.
Right. Right. An
We
open border, women in
yeah,
government thing.
exactly. So we may be, or Africa or whoever like really takes us to the end, may be the people who usher in a different, mindset,
Yeah.
and may actually validate the concerns that people have had that have been dismissed as racism. Because we are also being, given our own version of an ism. We're being accused of our own version of an ism, of a
Yeah.
phobia,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And we pushing back. We just like,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah. Fuck your xenophobia. Even that one reporter, when she just threw it out there again, he was like, I just said it twice. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
The look on
People
his
like-
face was funny.
There's this one clip. It's in Zulu, so it's there's no point in playing it. But the guy in the green shirt in the previous clip was being interviewed, and the lady asked, so you guys are doing all these demonstrations and stuff. How are you guys meant to distinguish between a South African and a non-South African? And if you're South African, it's fairly easy to tell. Like, we have different phenotypes. Like, there are differences among Black people. Like, we can tell when someone's not South African. We may not be able to perfectly place like where you are, but we can place your region. We can certainly say, okay, this person is likely from West Africa, this person is likely from East Africa, this person is likely from Central Africa, etc., etc. So
Yeah.
it's easy to tell, relatively speaking, between people who are South African people or not, right? And the lady asked this question with the background, framework or brainwashing of the South Africans of being xenophobic. South Africans are, guilty of this ism, that like the mainstream
But
media like
it's
accuse us
the
of.
same thing the feminists in
And
my country are doing.
now listen to the response of the guy. National news on TV. Right?
Oh, yeah.
The guy says to him, the guy says to her, "Why are you asking stupid questions when you're clearly intelligent?"
I would love to see you have that clip.
Yeah, I can find it quickly.
I
Yeah.
want to see a man tell a crazy bitch to her face that she's fucking dumb. Actually, there's some of that going on in my environment currently. There's a couple of people that are like that Zulu warrior, I think, at heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was so refreshing to have someone just like address the issue immediately, right then and there, and not mince his words. And like, just like call it out with what it is exactly. Like, you are intelligent, and you're choosing to use to dumb yourself down so that you can stick to a narrative that clearly isn't the truth.
But are they intelligent? Is the thing.
You're intelligent enough to to whip up the sort of grand theory that is so inaccurate.
Yeah. The trouble I'm having is because the right kind of energy to bring to that is not an angry. Like these emotional terrorists really are trying to provoke negative fucking emotions from people. And to put them in their place, just very direct without that, I think is the hard part.
The guy actually responded not with anger as much as it is shock and disappointment. Like, you're intelligent. Why are you asking such a stupid question?
So more of a.
It's like a shame from a sense of like.
Yes.
I'm so disappointed that you're clearly intelligent enough to be hired for this job. You're clearly intelligent enough to ask questions.
Are they
here
though? Are they though?
What the guy's saying is that you're not restarted. Let's put it that way, right?
Yeah.
You clearly able to take in what I'm saying, understand the point that I'm making, and respond properly. The fact that you're defaulting to these sorts of stupid questions shows that you've got another operating system in your brain that is taking over like what should be happening, and that operating system is the one of propaganda of South Africans are xenophobic, South Africans are this is unjustified, there's nothing behind it. Just got up one day and decided to hunt illegals on the streets,
right?
And it's like, no, clearly that's not. And for whatever reason, you have the capacity to understand what I'm saying, but you're choosing not to understand it.
I don't know. I'm gonna have to see the one that he's talking to see if she actually has that capacity, because she might not. Because a lot of these people don't fucking pay attention to their environment, Emmanuel. And then when something pops up, they're like, "Oh, that's weird. All of a sudden, this is happening." When the entire time they have been just hyper focusing on themselves or very superficial bullshit. They probably don't have that capacity. And they probably don't have that intelligence to think of the big picture because they can't think outside themselves. Like, they are so narcissistic that they just see this random thing and it's like, oh, that's weird. Like, I don't know if it's true that they have it.
I have a clip here of
I
a
want to
lady
see this.
oh yeah, if you played the last one, did you?
Did I?
Did you play
Let
the
me
last
see.
one? I think you did.
Oh yeah, I played the last one.
Yeah.
No, I want to see that guy say that to that
favorite?
lady's face.
Okay. Let me see.
Do you have it?
Yeah, let me just give me a second. I just need to scroll because it's not properly organized. It's just like a list of.
Because that's what I think that ties into what Psych is talking about. These people need to be shamed. They should be ashamed. If they're in a fucking position they don't deserve, they should feel great fucking shame for that. The people that put them in that position that they didn't fucking deserve should also feel a great deal of shame for that. Like,
a lot of these are in Banat, so translating is just going to be a hassle.
okay, that's okay.
So
that would be beautiful to see.
it's just that the actual confrontation is in Zulu, so like where the guy actually goes like, why are you asking such a stupid question?
Yeah, I mean, Trump does that all the time. Like, if you listen to his
he
pressers,
does.
Like with the mainstream media, he's like, "Well, that's fucking stupid." Like, no, I'm not going to listen to you because you obviously lie. Like, why waste my time?
Yeah,
he's pretty good at it. I know a lot of people don't like his quote unquote delivery or his checking, but you should be ashamed of yourself. This fake news media, and what you guys focus on. Like, he actually says it.
I have a clip here of I think the Somalis, if I'm not incorrect.
There's somebody from work calling me. Emmanuel, can you hold on a second?
Yeah. 1 second.
Okay, sorry about that, Emmanuel.
No problem. I'm just
I need to get.
I sift through these clips.
I need to get.
I
I have like 90 people on my list of priorities now, and I only used to have 5.
Yeah. I found
You found it?
I found the clip of the guy, but it's all in let me see.
A different language?
For a second. Yeah.
That's fine. I want to see the behavior, the language. The words
That's a brilliant clip. It's actually brilliant for more than one reason.
Yeah, yeah.
Somebody's killing me, right? Okay.
Okay. It's there. Okay. Okay.
Oh no, that's not it. That's
no?
the wrong link. No, wrong link.
Did I
try to? No, I probably
okay.
sent you. Probably didn't copy correctly. Probably still had a previous clip that I copied.
Wait, but do we not watch that?
That's all in Zulu. But like that's him criticizing what's the name, Julius Malema.
Okay.
The kill the bird guy.
Okay.
That's what I was trying to say to Syke, that like South Africans we don't like that guy. We don't like him. He speaks for a very small minority.
But you guys still allow him to say that fucking hateful shit, and it's scary.
No, don't say you guys. That's been done by what's his name? Our courts. That doesn't have anything to do with us.
But the government, that guy's
But
in
the government,
the
like
government.
I've said to you, the government does not represent the people. They're not a reflection of the
They're
people.
supposed to represent the people.
They're supposed to.
That's
yes,
what
they're
government's
supposed to,
for.
but they don't. Like say for example, right? Let me give you a basic example.
Yeah.
It's completely possible for government to do something that's completely in contravention with the will of the people.
Yeah.
And just because it's done by the government that was elected by the people doesn't mean that it's in that particular case representing the people. Therefore, you can't put the blame on the people. You should put it on the people who stamped that particular policy or gave it like some sort of approval. So, say for example, like loads of South Africans are like, how is it possible, right? That I remember there's even this guy again, this guy in the clip again, he got into some hot water because they were singing a particular song about a group, right? Saying like in the language that word is actually used to denote foreigners, but the word is also like it's a loaded term that also has a meaning of that applies to a particular tribe within South Africa. So the guy was trying to explain that no, this song is not out of hatred for you. It's actually me trying to address foreigners. But like in our language, this is the word we use for foreigners, and that's the case. That's how it's been for years. Ever since I've been on the planet, right? So like there's a bit of like a back and forth about that whole term, right? And it brought to the forefront again how people can be offended by just the mention of a particular word for a particular group, yet the courts that kill the bird as a song is not hate speech, which is insane.
It's so insane.
It's insane.
Yeah.
How can a song that literally says kill the bird not be hate speech? I can understand that the people who sing it may not be hateful in saying it. Like
Come on, people are taking those words literally, especially the white people in your country, and it's scary, Emmanuel.
I can tell you that the people who are saying it are not necessarily doing it out of like literal hatred.
Right? Okay, that's some gaslighty shit right there.
No, it's not gaslighting. It's fact. Right,
Emmanuel.
I'm not trying to like.
I know.
Like straddle two lanes here. This is just how it is, right? I'm just telling you the facts of matter on the ground. Is that
Well, I'm just telling you how white people might feel in your country.
Yes.
And
correct.
They are the minority.
Correct. And I agree with you on that. On that we're on the same page. But there's a clear distinction between intent and outcome here. Right?
Okay.
And I acknowledge that there's a fraction of those people who sing that song who may actually mean it.
Yes, absolutely.
Right, I acknowledge that.
Yes.
And I acknowledge that from the perspective of the people who are on the receiving end of having those songs sung, it's not worth the risk of potentially even radicalizing people who had not had the idea in the first place. Right, so it makes sense to call for a ban of that song.
Could you imagine what would happen in my country if there were people in our government, white people,
saying kill the black people,
saying kill the black people in my fucking country?
Oh yeah.
Could you imagine?
That's the hypocrisy of it, and I acknowledge all of that. All of that makes sense to me, right?
Right?
I need to drive home the point that
that they don't mean it.
When you see people saying it, right?
Yeah.
Don't assume that everyone who sings it means it, because that would be a caricature of the situation.
So don't assume everybody that says the thing means the thing. Is that what you're saying?
That's exactly what I'm saying. Which sounds crazy to say, but it's the reality of the situation.
So fucking well, I do understand the reality of the situation, because in our society, worldwide, people say things and then their behavior dictates something completely different. So it might not be that fucking crazy.
It's like people being whipped up into a frenzy, so to speak. And mind you, these songs have political history. So like it's not like, the problem with talking to people about these issues is that most people are very myopic in their analysis of things.
Mm-hmm.
They assume that it's the person I saw in the video hitting the person I saw in the video, and that's the end of the matter.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no, like, they don't even like entertain the idea of nuance, of context, of greater like information leading to what we're seeing here. It's not just what we're seeing on tape, right? If you see, if someone sends you a clip of boy A hitting boy B,
Mm-hmm.
without giving you the context of the fact that this guy has been bullying him for the past 10 years, maybe, or past 2 years, and has been physically assaulting him. This is the one day he decided to retaliate. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, you need to contextualize things. You need to have context. And when it comes to that song, there's a particular context to it. It's a song that comes from the struggle days. These people are saying it because they come from that era, right? But it's not necessarily saying we want to kill the birds today. Yes, we are going to do it. No, it's a horrible song. Like, and
No,
I hate the fact that I have to like do this tango to defend it. Like, I hate
your
but
little breakdance is
if
adorable.
if I'm standing for the truth, I have to say what I'm saying.
Yes,
right? Which
yes.
is that if you were to take the like people like Trump will share like videos of like a stadium filled with people who are singing the song, right?
Yes.
And the point that I'm making is, if you were to take a survey of all the people in that stadium and ask them, if I gave you a knife today and a white person today, would you kill them?
Oh, no. They wouldn't kill him. They would try to get somebody else to kill him, because they don't want to get their fucking hands dirty.
Even if you were to ask that as well, right?
Yeah.
Would you, if you had the opportunity to get someone to kill that black person and that white person, right?
Yeah.
Would you do it? And suppose that you were able to get them to reveal their actual preferences, right?
Mm-hmm.
And instead of like trying to be evasive, right? I would wager that the vast majority of those people would be against it.
Yeah. No,
This is what I'm trying to say, and it's like, and it's sort of like watching people like what's that title of what's his name's book, Douglas Murray, Madness of the Crown.
Yes, I was just thinking that when you were talking about the stadium. Like, these
Madness of the Crown. It's like people
when they have numbers, they are so fucking have a lot of confidence to talk shit. But a one-on-one is so different. Yeah.
There's a certain madness, certain insanity that comes from being being in a crowd.
Oh yeah.
And trying to illustrate that, like to put that, it sounds like I'm trying to defend them, but I'm not. I'm trying to explain.
Yeah.
This is not what you think it is. And if
this isn't what it looks like.
I sound like the person who's been caught teasing.
Yes. But there's truth to it.
Yeah, like to put it differently, right? Maybe I should put it this way.
Mm-hmm.
If there's anyone who's at risk of being killed en masse in South Africa, it's the illegal immigrants.
Yeah.
Who are of African, like, if there's anyone who I could say, like, in the next 5 years that could actually happen, those are the people who could find themselves on like the wrong end of a knife.
Well, and you know what? It's going to be your people who do it, because the
That's what I'm
people,
saying.
like you've said in the past, how you wish ICE would come to your country, but our
Yeah.
ICE agents, it'd be hard to tell the difference. It would take your local nationalists to fucking. I mean,
The
because you
people,
guys know,
the person who you saw running and chasing
yeah, the
those
Zulu
vehicles, he,
warrior.
how is he any different from ICE?
He's your local ICE. Yeah.
He's he. We are
Ah,
so engraved like need for something like ICE in South Africa that the people
yeah.
themselves are voluntarily being ICE.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're
Yeah.
not waiting for the government to do it because they clearly don't want to do it.
They clearly won't. They're incompetent as shit.
And
Hmm.
compromise,
Yeah.
right? So
Yeah.
we have so it's this is why it's so stunning watching people like push back against ICE from a South African perspective. It's like on our end, if we had ICE, we would be like, sign me up, you
Yeah.
know?
Oh, yeah. And especially if it creates jobs. Fuck.
Exactly.
Oh, okay. So
The
how
guy,
can we
the
get your
guy,
government to create ICE?
uh, the guy who was chasing those illegals was saying in a different video, was like, we need to circumvent all of this
Yeah.
because it's
Yeah.
clearly
Yeah.
it's not going to be addressed. It's clearly going like the fact that they've even like given these government officials memoranda is just for strategical purposes.
Yeah.
It's not because they actually believe that they're going to deliver, like, meet their demands. It's
Yeah.
just for the sake of giving the political uh, 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 sort of like substance that's needed to then say, okay, I'm justified in acting the way I'm acting because we've given you the memorandum, and you've not acted on it. So now we're going to take the law into our own hands because clearly you don't want to do what the
Yeah.
people want.
Yeah.
So what you could see in the next few months in South Africa is a nationwide effort to the people themselves being voluntarily ICE, which is
Yes.
mind blowing compared to what's happening in the States. Because when ICE tries to do what we want to do ourselves in South Africa,
Yeah.
they met with resistance. And rest assured, there are people in South Africa who are liberal minded. They'll be like, this is not how it's meant to be done. This is not the proper channel
Yeah,
that you're using.
but yeah, yeah.
This is what about the children? I literally have a clip lined up here of Somali women being chased, being essentially shunned
Somali.
away from where these people were marching.
Yeah.
And there's a woman who's part of this, the Red Beret guys, the Kill the Boer guys, who say, uh, what about, can you imagine how scared she was and how scared her child was? And then South Africans are like, she wasn't scared crossing crocodile infested rivers to get into South Africa.
Right.
And you telling me that she's scared of people just gently asking her, get out of the way. We're conducting a march here
Right.
with police present.
Right.
It's insane. Like, these people want
Yeah,
to
yeah.
make us like paralyzed by this constant like fear, and not just fear, need to be merciful, need to be empathetic, even when people
Sympathetic.
are
Yeah.
yes, sympathetic or whatever. Like, even while people are like, someone else had a great analogy for it, saying like he was actually talking about because one of the things that these Africans are saying is that no, you guys are ungrateful. You're not appreciative of what we did. We sacrificed to help you guys get out of apartheid and all of that. So they're saying like, yeah, we sent millions of rand or dollars of money to help with the fight, right? And
Yeah.
South Africans are saying, like, do you guys think that was us selling our country away? Do you
Mm.
think by giving us that money, that was like, the guy even had an idea of saying, if you find a woman being assailed, being attacked, right, and you help her, right, you don't then get to say, now I have the right to live with you, sleep with you as I please because I helped you that one day or I helped you that particular big issue that you have.
Right.
That's how these people are signing to South Africans. People saying, okay, if it really is about the money, tell us what the check is and we'll pay it back because we're tired of having this held over our necks. And the people who negotiated these things, they weren't here, they weren't speaking. Like it was Nelson Mandela and the likes who were going over to in exile all these countries and making these deals. So they weren't consulting South Africans. You don't get to, and worse yet, when these guys will be like, yeah, but we sheltered your freedom fighters for this many years. And it's like, were they selling drugs to your kids? Were they setting up mafias in your states?
Right.
Were they prostituting your women?
When you say that, I can't. Prostituting, or the woman was a prostitute?
No, prostituting. As in, like they recruit them, and they.
You can't recruit the willing. Really, you can't put the blame on the recruiter.
You'd be surprised.
You can't
what these
put the
people
blame
do,
on the recruiter.
They'll have the women. If women don't bring what these Nigerian pimps do, and I've known this like since I was a kid, they'll have them locked in a room and whip them for the entire day. This is what happens in South Africa.
Yeah, maybe it's different in your country. In my country, women are just fucking whores and very proud of it because feminists have, applauded that shit and sexual liberation and don't want to criticize women for their immoral activities. So we literally have young women that are super proud to be strippers and fucking whores. So
yeah. They have various ways to do it. Like they'll say, okay, fine. And they say if they want to recruit a girl, they'll say, act like they're like an interested boyfriend or whatever, right? Shower them with gifts. Turn around and say, all the stuff that I gave you, you'll have to pay me back. If the girl wants to leave, you have to pay me back for it. And mind you, this person knows where she lives, has ways of accessing, of getting to her, right? So now she has the very real threat of being harmed. And clearly it's real because they can lock you up in a room and whip you for the entire day if you don't deliver on what they want you to deliver. This is not isolated to one, like my hometown. This is all over South Africa. I know of brothels in Cape Town. That's on the opposite end of the country from where I am. Run by the same nationality. Right? This is a very real thing. It's not like it's not like they look. I'd be first in line if to say so if I believe these women are doing this, for the fun of it.
Yeah.
But there's criminality behind it.
So
gloss over that is insane.
Speaking of unintended consequences, I wonder if the feminists they don't think of their actions having consequences for other people.
Yeah.
Like feminism doesn't work in the third world, obviously.
No.
And the shit that they're focused on in the third world actually causes the other thing that harms women. Been thinking about that a lot lately, how feminists fucking actually harm women. I've been looking at it in my environment.
Feminists suffer from a chronic inability to think beyond one variable.
Yeah, themselves.
It's like they don't have the ability to juggle more than one variable.
Yeah, they don't.
They can't fathom that there's more than one. And it's strange because it's the same sorts of people who will be telling me about what you call these, about spectrums or spectra.
Yeah.
They'll be telling you about the fact that they'll be telling you about the fact that no, gender's a spectrum. There's more in one. It's not just men and women. It's all that stuff. But then it's like, okay, great. So you're able to conceptualize that there's more than one factor. Now do that with wages.
You can't expect that. Okay, Emmanuel. Those are not two apples, man.
This ability to sort of like
That's
switch your brain off.
Emmanuel. Yeah. I forgot what I was gonna say. I have to go potty.
This is where we are though, like in South Africa, where we have like we do have situations where, like you rightly point out that a lot of the things that feminists advocate for wind up hurting the very women that they claim to be
Yes,
aiming
they
to
do.
protect.
They do.
Like
They do.
if you have say like what we have now in South Africa, like we have apparently teenage pregnancies have dropped by I forget what percentage over the past few years, right?
Yeah,
Which is
yeah.
something to be applauded, right? If it is truly because of people making a conscious choice to have kids, to not have kids as teenagers, because they say, okay, we're not ready to have kids. We'd like to have them at least in our 20s, right?
How big is abortion in your country?
It's big.
So they're killing the kids instead of letting them live. Yay.
Depends. Yeah. So fine. Let's just say you have this thing, but then you have to dig a bit deeper than that. You can't just take the number and celebrate, because what's shown in other numbers is that marriages are down, family formation is down, the ages of which women are having kids it's going up to the ages where it's now dangerous to have kids. Our population fertility rate is below replacement levels.
Yeah.
That's not good. That's not something to be celebrated.
Right.
So now you need to ask yourself: is this lack of teenage pregnancy not perhaps more of the clash between men and women than it is women actually making a conscious choice not to have kids?
Right.
Maybe what we're applauding is actually a symptom of an actual problem.
Exactly.
And not actually an improvement.
Exactly. A symptom.
That's what I mean when I say like these feminists will find themselves applauding things that are not necessarily good.
Yeah. Right.
Like, yeah. So,
like the emancipation of women has caused a loneliness epidemic fucking worldwide, men and women.
Right.
Like these women that are doing all these bullshit things, enabling people, they suffer from that. It's like if they didn't have that displaced energy, like they're obviously, like I see it fucking everywhere, Emmanuel. All these miserable fucking women.
I have another
men,
point to raise about this whole thing, right?
Yeah.
There's a whole issue in South Africa about what they've now termed gender-based violence, which is essentially domestic violence, right? And it's like it's become like a whole movement that they've done, like managed to fashion, about men attacking, about femicide and all these terms that they've come up with, right? And a lot of men are saying, we hear all of that, right? But we stuck over here looking at the vast majority of men not being in relationships. We're looking at the vast majority of women being in relationships. And we're asking,
see,
clearly you guys are sharing your men.
Right.
And yet you expect
right.
Yet you expect men who are not participants in this thing whatsoever to risk their lives for no benefit.
Right.
To protect you. That would be like, yeah, why aren't there men standing up? You mean the men who you've told you've been constantly calling trash, you've been calling useless, you've been calling lazy, you've been calling unemployed. That's one of the side effects of high unemployment is that men are shamed for being these useless unemployed men, while these women go and attach themselves to criminals.
Right.
The same sort of man who's willing to steal money from a hospital to fund his luxurious lifestyle. What do you think he's going to do to you if he's going to let people die en masse due to misallocated funds or like straight up stolen funds in the hospital?
Yeah.
What do you think he's willing to do to you?
Right. Yep.
And
Yeah.
we've got to do this thing where we act like we've got to be like pretend that this is like some out of the blue a phenomenon that like popped out of nowhere of men. Like, you know, there are factors that lead up to this.
Oh
Like
yeah.
guys will say, okay, you had so many steps, so many stages at which you could have taken the off ramp, and you chose
Right.
not to.
Right.
And we've got to pretend that like none of that, like we shouldn't question any of that.
Every single terrible fucking choice you made counts. Every one of them. No,
So
I
like
hope.
you have this
Oh man.
clash between, and so this is the gender war that's happening everywhere, you know, across
Oh
the earth.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
it's
Mhm.
happening here as well. It's just the weird thing about being in the third world and being in South Africa, where we have high rates of rape, high rates of criminality, is that this is the worst place for which you would want to separate women from their potential protectors,
Right. Also,
because you want to serve the agenda that comes from the States or the UK or from
yeah.
France, most of them, or from
Yeah.
Germany, from whatever other feminist producing nation.
Yeah. I take it
In
all on because America
in
is the fucking hub.
in in countries like those, you know, found in Africa, you need to have every woman have their own man who's dedicated to them, who wants to protect them, who wants to ensure that they have a good life, and that requires them being subordinate to that man.
Yeah.
It's not negotiable. And once you bring feminism, because that feminism attacks our very premise, and that just destroys the entire, you know, core of what a family is.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
now you have all these single women who are miserable,
Mhm.
going from one man to the next man to the next man to the next man, never being married, never being picked, never being having a man who's actually serious about dedicating themselves to them. All of them are miserable and spewing all of this bile of hatred towards men,
Yep.
most of whom aren't even like haven't even dated.
Yeah.
The stats about men being about this generation of men being highly sexually inactive, that's true. Even here in the third world, it's true.
Mm.
So the men that they tend to complain about are this elite, like 5%. That's like I don't know if you've ever seen the distribution of like arrests for like among prisons, and
Mm-mm.
how like you'll have like a lot of many prisoners who've like only been arrested for 1 or 2 counts, right?
Yeah.
But then you'll have like these few, like the top 1%, like being arrested like 30 something times, 50 something times, you know? And the problem is that people don't realize that it's that top 1% of criminals who account for the vast majority of the damage. Right now, I'm going to bring this back to the issue of illegal immigration. If you have criminals who are in that top 1%, who are not
Mhm.
documented, who go into a house, go into a woman's room to rape her, knowing with confidence that I'm not documented, so they don't have any means of tracing.
Right.
How much more emboldened would that person be to do, like the person who I was speaking about who's been arrested 30 something times had to make like a risk, like a different risk assessment, because they, like a lot of them are citizens, right? And they would have to think about the prospect of being caught. But if you're an illegal immigrant, your risk calculation is very different. So that emboldening of these criminals means that they have basically like carte blanche to do as they please.
Mhm.
So This is what I mean when I was saying that you can't just look at the numbers and just say, take out, let's say 20% of the population or 30% of the population, which you assume is illegal immigrants. That means crime will go down by 30%. No, there's a multiplier effect to this. It will be much higher than that because of the fact that because of these differences between domestic criminals versus illegal immigrants. These guys come in, they like what some of these cartels will do, or some of the people, the elites will do, is that they'll set out a hit for someone, right? That person will go whatever network there is. They'll hire some illegal from, say, Mozambique or Zimbabwe or whatever. That person will come into South Africa, do the kill, go back home. How do you trace that? How do you find them?
You gotta find them, Emmanuel.
How? How?
Well, you gotta hold on. You gotta put on your traditional warrior garb. Okay, your drip. Your cheetah drip. And fucking patrol the streets and grab them by the scruff of their neck. I don't know.
This is why it's highly important that we address this legal immigration issue, because it's more it's not so much about catching the people who've committed crimes. It's more of the deterrence factor that's crucial.
Yeah.
Once people understand that if I commit crime, I will be caught. I will face the wrath of the community.
There should be fucking consequences.
Exactly.
Worldwide for all the things.
That will change the approach that these people have. It will change the propensity to commit crimes. It will change all of that. It will, So very, very different approach. I want to find that clip that I had of the guy approaching the sort of chastising the reporter.
Yeah, I want to see that, because I think that's pretty key. I'm gonna send this link to Gray. We have a stream at 9, which is in. See, I knew we needed way longer than 4 hours, Emmanuel.
Oh man.
I felt like we needed some time. Should have got up at 4. No.
Okay.
That's all right. We could cross the streams. Wait,
okay.
Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah. It'll be like, remember the days when we used to have like 12-hour streams and people would just come and go and chit chat and those were the days.
Those streams will go on much longer than that, because the only reason was like 12 hours is because that's the limit for stream hours.
That was the limit that YouTube would allow in one single video. We pushed the limits. Okay. What? What the fuck's on his head? Hold on, I gotta take a good look at this guy's outfit here. What are the dangly things on this dude's on his bands?
That's I don't want to call it in I don't want to say how to call it in English. What's the word for this? Let me look up. I've got a dictionary here. Maybe translate this from to English, because I don't know what to say. I don't want. What is this? 1 second. The ends was just like escaping.
So the scarf that he's wearing, are those colors for what?
Oh, that's the South African flag.
Okay. So all these
Yeah.
guys are very nationalistic.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Patriotic.
they're very patriotic. Okay.
Yeah. There's no sound, so.
No, I was just playing to watch the dangly bits bopping around.
Yeah. I find them ridiculous,
what are they? They look like puppy ears.
It's basically what it's like a type of dress. It's an adornment that people wear.
What does it represent, though?
It's normally done for like it's literally for drip, to be quite frank. It's for glamour, for to like for beauty, for
Okay.
just to make it more extravagant.
Like a peacock's tail.
Yes, exactly. It's
Okay.
if you look at my avatar, I don't think it's sort of like.
Oh, I was gonna blow that up actually. Hold on, let me, because hold on. Let's go back to that. Nope, wrong one.
To be me.
Oh, now I gotta make you. Nope. I'm not computing well right now. StreamYard is so different.
Is it sort of cooking your very demanding?
Well, it's the layout's different. What is this? Okay.
Close enough. Basically, I can still explain what I'm talking about. You see the stuff at the back of his head?
I'm trying to make you big, Emmanuel. I don't know how to do it. I don't know why they added all this other shit to it and then made it.
You could also like let me look for an image that could, maybe you could look up
No, I want to
the
make
Zulu
you big.
King.
I'm gonna make you big.
So you can see what the sort of thing I'm talking about.
Picture in picture.
Let me look for it on people.
Screen layout.
This picture is not doing it's not doing the word justice.
I want to make you full screen. My technological retardation is full display. I don't understand why there's so much more on here now. I think I might complain to StreamYard. Added too many bells and whistles. Now I can't use it. I don't get why they did this drop-down menu thing. Make it big. Oh, maximize? Yes! Okay. All right, now I see you big, Manuel.
Okay.
Oh, it looks good. Is that a drawing?
It's an edit that I made via one of these AIs.
You put your face on. That's not your actual clothes.
No, that's not my face, not my clothes. It's an edit.
Okay.
It's an avatar. So yeah, the stuff the word I was looking for.
That kind of looks like.
Yes, it's plume. That's the word I was looking for. I finally got it. It finally came to me. The word's plume. It's a plume of feathers, right?
Oh,
so
a plume. Yeah.
It's a plume of feathers. So it was the word was just escaping me for whatever reason. But yeah, it's a plume of feathers that's used to sort of like as an adornment for special occasions and stuff like that. There are all sorts of things that people use in traditional dress. So he puts his on the side. Like if you look, there are all sorts of different ones. The headband across the head is called Umkhel, and they're different headbands. There's ones that were worn by exclusively for married men. Some of them would like, so it depends on the occasion, depends on what like what your rank is in society and things like that. So they all have certain meanings. Even
Right. That's what I was wondering,
yeah.
like the meaning for his.
Yeah, so I wouldn't know. I'm not of the same tribe as him, so I don't have like that level of detailed you know, understanding of what some of these things mean. But yeah, I know that even they even go by regiment. So depending on what regiment you were part of, you dress slightly differently. So obviously you can you know be able to distinguish your regiment from a different or different families. Certain families would wear certain colors. Uh, say if you are part of this particular royal family, you'd be known for wearing, say, a blue feather in a particular part of your clothing. So yeah, even some of the clans aside have that. Even I know what's his name. One Dlamini, if I'm not incorrect, has the clan name. The praise name is essentially translates to big feather. Right. So you have all sorts of it's kind of funny whenever I listen to I've watched movies that involve Native Americans and listen
Yeah.
to like some of the names that that they give them. They sound like South African names, like exactly. Like
Really.
yeah, like what's his name? Like Big Axe, right? Something like that, right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Or
It's symbolic for the
yeah,
person's character.
yes. So you
Yeah.
have like Oshana, one of his names is one of the names he's known for is Lembe, which is a plow, if I'm not correct, a hoe, like the actual hoe, not like a whore.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, yeah, um, yeah. You have all sorts of names like that. Uh, yeah, all sorts of names. And then you have even the different depending on your particular clan or whatever, you have different totem animals. Um,
Yes.
yeah, so you have like an animal that represents either your family, whatever, or like even some of them will even have like that same totem as their surname. That's like the clan's name. So you have like there's surnames like I'll give you a few: elephant, snake, zebra, um, baboon. Just
You have a
trying to think of a
lion?
few. No, lion is probably an exception because of the fact that it's the connotation of that word is of a king. Like the word for the official title for the Zulu king is Ingonyama, which is literally a lion. The
Okay.
generic word for king, which is Inkosi, which is what we use in the Nguni languages, is actually if you look through its history and you look further north in Africa, you'll find that that was lion as well. South Africa has sort of
Mm.
lost the meaning of that word. Sort of like it's just been purely associated with king, but its root meaning is lion. So the lion is symbolic for king.
The king.
And I
Okay.
don't think that's exceptional. I don't think that that's particularly unique to South Africa. I know, say for example, in the Bible, they speak of the Lion of Judah, right? So that's that's sort of like symbolic role that the lion has in multiple cultures.
Yeah.
Um, we have others named with the same of crocodile, like Ngwe or Gwena in different languages. So you have, I'm just thinking of different animals.
Yeah.
Yeah, you even have birds, you even have all sorts of other things. Then obviously that's for for the people who just happen to have surnames that are named after their totem animal, whatever. And it goes like the history of it goes quite deep. Even the fact that like people would be it was common culture that you would avoid eating your totem animal.
Yeah.
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 So like it's like literally it's called the animal that you avoid eating. That's the phrase for it, translated into English. So yeah, there's like a whole lot of cultural stuff behind that.
So, Emmanuel, this is a total off the topic side note. Because you know how the Bible says idolatry is bad, right? And that's what I
Yeah.
see the fucking feminist cult doing with all these, like even in my fucking arena, that this group's feminist idol is a black woman. Of, you know, she wasn't the first woman, but she was the first black woman. But like
Yeah,
the
yeah.
difference between idol worship and totem, I don't want to say it's not worship. It's because it's inside. It's not like bending the knee to the outside. I don't know how to explain that
I
because
get what
there's
you're saying.
yeah.
So what's the question then? Are you asking
Like,
about the actual difference, or are you asking
do
if you
you
think
know?
it's
Can you elaborate on the difference and why one would be more healthy than the other in reference to the Bible? That's a big ask.
I would I haven't been to church in like close to 20 years now.
Yeah.
So
But I know because the Bible
I'm
does
not.
say idolatry is bad, and I
Yes.
see the feminist fucking bowing down to these idols as bad, and I see totems, and it's like external, internal. I don't know how to
Yeah, I get what you're
explain it
saying.
though.
Yeah, I was actually thinking about that exact same phrasing. I was thinking of locus of control. This would be
Yeah,
like locus of worship, I guess.
yeah,
But it's I think both of them are still heresies, if I'm not incorrect. Both of
really.
them. Yeah. So the idea of like there's this whole thing called Gnosticism,
Yeah,
which is the idea that if like you can discover the truth by searching inward, like looking inward. It's you are inherently born with the truth buried inside you somewhere. You just need to discover it through, you know, um, taking time to disconnect yourself from the world and sort of like focus inwards. It's like a sort of Gnostic way of thinking. It's and that's a heresy from as far as I'm there.
so in the Bible, it's a heresy.
It's a heresy. I know it's definitely declared as a heresy by the church. When I talk about the church, I'm referring to the Catholic Church, the Orthodox Church, and there's definitely
Yes.
a heresy. And obviously those came before, so that like by extension, it's in the entirety of Christianity. But then you have people who break away and do their own sorts of things, and still call themselves Christian, which is the whole mess of Christianity. But yeah. It's a heresy. Obviously, idolatry is a heresy as well.
Of course.
So it's obviously not. It's haram, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so it's not fine. No, because you'd not be following the proper path if you go that way. It's part of what I have. Problem that I have with some of the belief that we have in South Africa, and I guess it extends to other parts of Africa, where people sort of make this blend between between African spirituality and Christianity.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll say something like they believe in Jesus, they believe in Christianity, but they also like sort of practice the African spirituality because they also believe in the idea of the ancestors and how they're looking over you, and they can essentially they can be a medium to God. So you have like some big churches aside that have that sort of belief where they try to sort of mesh Christianity and African spirituality, which by strict Christianity is forbidden.
Right.
It's not Christian.
Right.
Yeah, so it's like it's quite clear if you actually take the time to go through all of the, you know, the what do they call them, the councils that they had when they were establishing what it is to be Christian, what is not Christian, and all the rules around it. If you actually take the time to read through it, you'll see that quite a lot of the stuff is clearly not, by those definitions, not Christian. It's quite clear. Even a lot of the people who call themselves Christians in America, a lot of the Protestants are engaging in a lot of heresies.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
yeah, it's a lot.
But I guess the idea is that that's the only reason that because Christianity is very accommodating, you know, like in spirit, you know, but in truth, like if you actually strictly adhere to Christianity, like there should be like a thing of like, no, this is heresy. You're not following, you're not in the church in terms of your adherence to the teachings. You know, like there's this whole debate that that I've come across about the, you know, the whole you know, like how there's this whole debate on what Christians are meant to be in the States.
Oh
like,
yes.
Like how people say, no, this is not very Christian of you to do, or
yes.
Like there's this general notion that Christians have to be like this, you know, constantly turning the other cheek, never standing up for themselves, never
right,
never really sticking to any rule, just constantly giving whoever is pushing the envelope more and more ground, more and more ground.
You know what I think that part is? Them concentrating on the Jesus who let himself fucking get tortured and fucking murdered, and nobody did anything about it, like the martyr.
So what about the Jesus who walked into the temples and whipped the people there and called them vipers? What about that Jesus?
Right, exactly. That's the Jesus that they need to be operating from their heart.
Right, like that's what I'm trying to say. It's, you can't just selectively,
yeah,
you know, create, because then what you're doing then is you're creating a clone, something that supposedly looks like Jesus but is not Jesus, because you've tailored it. You sort of like, it's like if you were to somehow clone someone but edit their DNA to tune them to be what you want them to be, but then still claim that they are exactly what they were cloned from.
Right.
Yeah, because it's like, no, but you put in some innovations, you've changed things, you've left certain things out of this. This is fundamentally not the same thing.
Right. So tell me about the badass Jesus. Where's that Jesus located in the Bible?
All over. That the idea that Christians, like, what do people think the Crusades were?
Right.
What do people think? Like, okay, I grew up Christian, right? I went to a Catholic school, right? So, how do you think that came to be? Like, how do you think Christianity got to South Africa?
Right.
We're not like Ethiopia. We didn't have like a natural, you know, growth from you know, the lands of Jesus, and where the apostles were sent out to go and spread the word. We are like on the other end of Africa. Our Christianity got here in a very different way, right?
Yeah.
And a lot of that spread was not necessarily voluntary. Some of it was you know, through
imposed. Oh yeah.
Yes, because it's like
you savages. They did the same thing in America.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And for all of the flaws and the guilt tripping and all that stuff that people pull on former colonizers,
Mm-hmm.
they did achieve what they set out to achieve, which is
Oh yeah.
to civilize the rest of the world. Some of it obviously had some ulterior motives behind it, but they did
Of
achieve that.
course. Yeah.
Point is that
Give credit where credit is due.
credit-
Thank you very much for all the nice shit we have, Crusaders.
like I was
Because
saying
you know
earlier,
what? The same people
we have
complaining about the things enjoy all the things that are a consequence of it.
precisely.
Yeah.
You can't. We as Africans are one of the people, one of the best examples on the continent of people who cannot afford to be this one-sided in the view of history.
Yeah.
It's not like the colonizers left South Africa exactly as it was, and we had to build it from scratch.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
When we inherited the government in 1994, it was dysfunctional in many ways due to sanctions and all these other things, and had many problems, and there were many because it was like built to cater to the minority. Huge swathes of people were without basic infrastructure, right? So yes, a lot has improved since then, but the framework was there. The roads were there, the dams were there, the infrastructure was there, and that didn't just appear out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Maybe perhaps the motivation behind it was to build for themselves, or to ensure, maybe also partially build for the rest of society, but ensure that at least do the minimum so that they don't revolt, right? Sort of thing. Okay, maybe they were coming from that sort of angle, but point is they built. They could have very easily left, destroyed everything, bombed everything.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mind you, these people had nukes, GM.
Oh yeah, I know.
Right? So
Oh
if
yeah.
they like, black people need to understand that it takes, if you have the power to destroy people and you don't, right?
Yeah.
No matter how evil you are accused of being, right?
Mm-hmm.
The restraint to not act on that, for me,
Mm.
shows a certain element of humanity
Yeah.
that I need to recognize as a human being. That these people had the means to exterminate black people if they wanted to,
Yeah. Absolutely.
right? And for all the propaganda and perhaps some of it being true, etc., that's coming up out of the liberation parties, the ANC, and the rest, and for all of that nonsense, right? For all of the issues we have over history, that needs to be acknowledged. That we live in a country today in which there are 80% black people, right? After having lived through a century of being ruled by people who had the power to eliminate it. If they wanted to, they could have. They could have destroyed. They could have just gone genocidal, destroyed the entire population, and have it be a white-owned, white-populated country.
Right.
For all their flaws, they did not do that. So that needs to be acknowledged. That needs to be. Heck, I would applaud it.
Yeah.
That level of restraint. Now, a lot of people are not aware, but the likes of Nelson Mandela and the ANCs they weren't sending letters asking to be free. They weren't just merely doing a peaceful protest, walking down the road, and they had a military wing. They had essentially what any other context would be a terrorist.
Mm-hmm.
People who plant bombs in malls, bombing women and children, and I'm talking white South African women and children. Right?
Yeah.
We South Africans have family members who participated in said event, who were part of that.
Mm.
right? Now, obviously, they won't tell you. Like, I won't know if the relatives that I have who were involved in this whole thing. I won't know if they'll never tell me if yes, yeah, I'll confirm that yes, I was the guy who bombed that particular shopping center in that particular mall on that particular day. You know,
Mhm.
but the mere fact that they were involved in that stuff, just you know,
Yeah.
and that also brings up the whole conversation of where do you draw the line between a freedom fighter and a terrorist?
Right.
You know, these things are very difficult. This is why, like, it's kind of annoying that they want to have us bogged down by having these useless discussions about ancient history when people are being killed today, people are being, prostituted today, being drugged today, people are being having their buildings hijacked today. And we try to address that. This is where most Black South Africans are at today. It's like we're tired of having conversations about the past. We want to build for the future. We want to see our kids working. We want to see our nation being built. We want to see change. We want to see progression, development. We have the brains. Don't like if there's any country that could disprove the notion that Africa is just destined to be a hellhole forever. It would be South Africa. One of them, another one would be Egypt. But then, like Egypt is part of the Arab world. I don't even count them as Africa.
Right.
Yeah, like strictly speaking, they are African, but like with an asterisk.
Right.
Yeah.
By the way, hello,
So,
Gray. How are you?
Howdy. Sorry, I'm showing up a little bit late.
Oh, you're good. Our stream isn't for 10 minutes, but I think this stream's gonna just extend. Cause I have to go potty.
okay.
So I'm gonna leave y'all for a few minutes.
How's it, Gray? How's it? It's been a long time. Last time we spoke, I believe you were talking about maybe not the exact last time we spoke, but I remember us speaking about the history of the ANC and it being taught by the Germans. And I remember we also spoke about this may have been around COVID times when we were talking about remember you showing us like the aisles in shopping centers and I think it was a grocery store with like uh what you call it, like they had like this wired fences, like sort of like barricades between people. I don't know if you can remember that.
I mean, yeah, I think we talked once about the I think the communists in East Germany. I think they were training, or coaching the South
You showed us the
Africans.
schools. You showed us the
Yeah,
schools
there
and
is
everything. Yeah, pictures and everything.
there
Yeah.
is on the outskirts of Berlin. There's a small lake, and there was this not Nazi building from this propaganda guy, and the communists afterwards. I think some communists they made a bicycle tour and they found this is a nice place, and they eventually built like a huge, massive indoctrination school for communists, and they brought communists from all over the world to that forest school and trained them or stuff. So, and I think the South Africans were there as well. And I think the South Africans, from what I heard, also the state security was involved. The South Africans were really weird, found that really weird because they came to East Germany and you had white people serving them food in the canteen and cleaning for them and stuff.
Yeah.
And they were totally flashed.
You're talking about the ANC, the liberation guys.
I'm not very knowledgeable about it. I just saw a documentary once, and since it's in my neck of the woods, I just showed a picture of that school or something. I talked a little bit about it, but I'm not really knowledgeable about it.
Because it's very interesting. Like also, like the whole history around that time. It's so like for me, it's quite blurry because one, I haven't been properly taught, about the stuff. Like we know about obviously the guy with the moustache and all that. But that, okay. One of the weird, blurring of the lines is that were these guys actually communists or what? Like, what was their economic, like, placement in terms of, or like the political, on the political compass? Where would they be placed? Because, like, on one hand they're socialist, on one hand they like that entire regime, and the offshoots that have come from there, and people admire them even right up to this very day. They've now come to be seen as far right as opposed to left, right? And if you could like sort of illustrate, like, or explain why is there so much confusion around that whole thing? Because if I'm not correct, that means I'll say it in like Afrikaans. It means nationale socialista, which means like nationalist socialist, right?
What you're talking about Nazis? No.
Yeah.
After the East German Republic, Germany was split in half.
Yes. Which
So
had
it's like
the
a different
yeah.
ideologies. You had the capitalists on the one side, and you had like the more socialist, communisty people on the other side.
Okay.
They both hated each other.
Mm-hmm.
So is this division in Germany?
And then what about the Nazis themselves? Were they on the left or the right? Because this is what's confusing.
Yeah, National Socialists. So basically, you are, you're more socialist leaning, but in a nationalist way. Like the name says, National Socialist.
Right. So the economic side of things is left wing. The social side of things, in terms of like freedoms and how to run society, that would be right wing. If I could put it like generally that way, because right wingers tend to be more socially conservative. They tend to be more like, okay, we are not pro LGBTQ. We are not pro, let's say interracial marriage. We're not pro. You get what I'm saying?
No, there's just like brutal clamping down on anybody who thinks different than you. It's like the total opposite of freedom.
Yes, it's just I guess what's confusing for me is that like a lot of these terms have been over particular periods of time associated with either wing. So freedom, for example, if you were in the 60s, freedom would have been, or like liberation, put it that way, would have been associated with left wing. In 2026, the term freedom just means saying I stand for freedom. People would probably assume you are right wing. Right? This is the weird, blurring of history, is that things shift. Being left wing in 1945 is not the same as being left wing in 2026. It's not the same mix of views. It's not the same.
But I mean, I hear that there is this guy that's called this, I think it was Italian communist called Gramsci, and this Gramsci guy, I think he was imprisoned by the Italians, and he wrote these. I think it has to do with if you have a dominance over the word, or dominance over some sort of interpretation dominance, you're changing the meaning of things, and thereby you creating a new hegemony to get rid of the old one. So it would make sense that if you have like these power battles going on over the centuries, that different groups.
Yeah, that is sort of like gets sort of muddled up. It gets sort of like mixed up, because like it's strange that freedom in 2026 is associated with being right wing. generally
Yeah,
speaking.
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And freedom in the 1960s was, you know, associated with hippies, with left wingers, you know. And even the term freedom itself is different. Like there's, I guess from the right wing perspective, the sort of freedom that left wingers tend to advocate for is hedonistic. It's about pleasure. It's about how can I maximize how much I can enjoy whatever I want to do, regardless of you know potential side effects, right? Whereas the freedom that right wingers tend to advocate for is very similar in definition, but in practice very different. It's it's more like do not restrict me from living the sort of like a full life, and yeah, it's just very it's difficult to sort of flesh out the particular difference between the two freedoms. But from what I gauge as just as a person looking, lefties tend to be more hedonistic, whereas people on the right hate hedonism, which is why,
Well,
which is actually what pushes.
wait. No,
Hear
no,
me
I
out.
disagree.
This is just
Yeah, in general,
my
yes,
general
but
gauge, right? People on the right tend to hate. I'm not saying in practice, because obviously there are people who are hypocrites. You know, there are people who can say one thing and then live a totally different life. But I'm talking in principle. It seems that what they advocate for is less of the hedonism, and if there is any hedonism, that's when we will then call on the state to like control it, right? But then otherwise, let people do as they please if they want. Whereas, yeah, I don't know if I'm getting what I'm trying to put across. Right.
Okay, so the dictionary that I have, you know, from back when men did all the things, the number one definition for freedom is quality or state of being free, specific exemption or liberation from slavery, imprisonment, or restraint, or from the power and control of another, liberty, independence. I wonder how if
It's
that's
so strange.
changed over the years.
Like even when you talk about like it's what basically what Gray is saying is
Yeah.
like the word can stay the same, like can be written the same, but it can mean totally different things in different like periods of time.
Right.
Like think of the term like classical liberal, right? When we talk about like a classical liberal, and then compare that to like the American word for liberal, like what they're referring to. The word's the same, but it's pointing to two very distinct, philosophies.
Right. Because it depends on who's using it, right?
Yeah, like we have one. I saw a tweet from one of the radical lefties this time, and he was basically he was siding with one of the more libertarian think tanks in South Africa. Like they happen to have to agree on a particular point, and he called the think tank liberal. And I was just like, it's crazy to see a lefty calling a right wing think tank liberal, and it just kind of made me think, like, what on earth is happening with the meaning of words? You know?
Well, you got to consider the source of the words.
Yeah, like it's sort of like the word means something, provided the person who's using the word, is actually pointing to the same thing that you think of. It sort of like goes back to the whole thing of semantics, where you'll try to have a discussion with someone, like or debate with someone, and you'll find yourself often debating the meanings of words.
Of
because,
what words mean, yeah.
Yeah, because people use words in their mind, like in their worldview, not necessarily in like a neutral sense. Just to bring it back to the original question, I'm wondering why it's possible that an extreme left wing and an extreme right wing, this is a horseshoe theory again, but like an extreme left winger and an extreme right winger could both be pointing to the same, like accusing each other of the same thing.
Yeah.
Like by definition, you'd expect Nazi to connote something far left with maybe a more right-wing social approach. But then, like Saib was saying, that no, they had a very oppressive thing of like, if you don't agree with, the orthodoxy, the conventional view, then we will oppress you. We will, we'll
Right,
find
we'll
ways.
make you.
But
That's where the
isn't
fascism
that
came in.
isn't that classic? Like that's exactly what the left has been guilty of over the past, say, 2 decades. Like when you think of wokeism, you think of all of these things. That's exactly what they've been guilty of.
Yeah, but it's different because instead of physically forcing people to do the things, the women are coercing, which is still force, a kind of force. It's just different.
But my point is, we're talking on a philosophical level. So
Yeah.
the means of coercion is
Yeah.
kind of insignificant. The fact that they're coercive is what we're looking at.
The fact that it's just force.
Yeah, the fact that it's force is what we're looking at. So
Yeah.
it's not the means they use to enact, the same
Yeah.
force. So great, you didn't put people into concentration camps, but you put them into silos or into cancelled groups. You didn't put stars of David on them. You put them on lists saying that these people are personas non gratas.
Yeah.
I mean, to this
So
day, we have a forbidden book list. There's a forbidden book list in Germany. You're not allowed to have certain books.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like what books?
Like the book.
All
Probably.
sorts of books. It could
Mein
be.
Kampf?
Yeah.
Exactly. That's illegal.
Is Mein
of course.
Kampf on there? It's illegal in Germany?
Absolutely. But they also, I remember, I think there's also books from the Swiss military, how to oppose a resisting force. So
Oh, wow.
military tactics to, like how civilian population can oppose a stronger force. I think it's also forbidden. Because it teaches counterinsurgency. And the government, I think, is worried about it.
Oh, well, they should be.
I get the Mein Kampf thing because of the history, but like the other one is sort of like saying, we want you to be domesticated. We want you to be, cattle. We want you to be, controllable, and we don't want anything to be able to give you, never mind arm you physically, but even to give you the idea of
how
resistance.
to do it and how to do it.
That's actually kind of scary.
Yeah.
And, sometimes I wonder. I wonder sometimes, say like being in South Africa, how do I know what I don't know? Because of the fact that there's certain things I've been pushed to the side, let me call it in social media terms, debriefed, shifted out of the algorithm, and for all I know, if I had a true view of everything, I'd have a very different outlook in life, I can speak just quite frankly. A lot of the stuff that we have decided is left leaning. Our right wing would be America's left, so to speak. Yeah, that's half our left. So our governing party is in a tripartite alliance, literally, with the South African Communist Party and the Congress of South African Trade Unions. Right? These are the people who are running our country, who set the curriculum, who approve what movies and books and all these things can be shown. And even if they do approve it, they can even manipulate how exposed we are to the fact that they even exist. Understand? So it's like you have freedom, but is it freedom really?
Right.
It's like freedom with a filter.
Yeah.
or like bury, like it's like having Google. Yeah, you can Google everything, but if I bury everything that you need to know on the 12th page of Google results, what's the likelihood of you ever finding?
Right.
That's also. So yeah, you're free, but are you really?
Mm.
Free?
Mm.
You know, like
I just I
yeah,
I just
sure.
remember a long time ago you told these stories from university, how they caused such a ruckus at your university, right?
Oh
Going all
yeah,
crazy and stuff.
yeah, yeah, 100%. And it's crazy because like some of the people who've come out of that movement, right? Just to give you an update of what's happened since, because that was about 10 years ago. Um, some of them forged have got obviously a lot of them have gone to private companies, probably having changed their views. A lot of them have gone into political parties. A lot of them gone into the ANC. Some of them have gone into the opposition, which kind of begs the question: what if the opposition can absorb that those sorts of people? Are they really opposition? You know. Um, uh, yeah, so we even have people who've truly gone like backwards. Like when I say backwards, I mean reverse. We've gone like in total opposite direction and have become quite prominent. Um, so from far left to like far right, that sort of swing.
Mm.
So yeah, it's been quite interesting watching a lot of the like tracking some of the people who come out of that movement and where they've decided to plant their feet. Yeah, yeah. So it was like a bit of a ruckus, and it just looking back on what the outcome of it was that what it actually did is that it highlighted the extent to which our universities were actually radical. I remember when I got to my alma mater, my university, first year, because before I got there, they had an orientation sort of thing for our parents. So I remember my mother going there and coming back and being so enthused by the fact that like the dean was saying that was the vice chancellor was saying that the university was known. This is the university that was at the root of this craziness. Was he was proud like proudly proclaiming that the university doesn't have radical leftists, radical protests. Obviously, they try to be neutral, but we know what they're trying to point at, right? But they don't have these crazy, protests, university type protests where people are radicalized and all sorts of things, only for it to happen 2 years later and for it to be so big that it goes nationwide and goes into the UK and other countries. The same movement comes after. Crazy. It actually kind of highlights how blind the people who were running the university at the time were to the radicalization of their own staff and their own university.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So it's yeah, and I guess another thing that's quite interesting about the dynamic is how since then we've only gone at least superficially further left. Like our institutions have gone further left, and they're even picking up a lot of international left leaning crazes. Like the like with the whole issue with Israel and Palestine. Our government has gone full in pro-Palestine, right? And
Mm.
they've always had this sort of thing, but like was never to the extent where now they're going to taking Israel to court and all these sorts of things. Like, and even to see how many South Africans have imbibed that whole thing, right? Like taking it, you know, what's the saying? What's hook, bait, and sinker? That's the one. You know.
Hook, line, and sinker. Do you have queers for
Yeah.
Palestine
Hook,
and
line,
South
and sinker.
Africa?
I'm pretty sure we do. It's just that I'm not really like keeping up with the sort of movements because
Yeah.
it's mostly in the Cape. That would be like I'd call the hub of that thing because the Cape is actually quite Cape Town is actually quite Muslim. It's just historically because of they brought over a lot of slaves from Malaysia, which is a Muslim country in Asia, and yeah, so it's like a whole thing where the cultural layout of Cape Town is a lot more Muslim than it is in other countries, in other parts of the country. Like it's a sort of place where you'd struggle, you're more likely to struggle to find a non-halal restaurant than you are to find a halal. To give you an idea of how Muslim it is.
And you still have a feminism problem over there. They haven't really enacted Sharia law properly. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. It's strange. Like South Africa is such a mix of different peoples and all of that. That it's very difficult to sort of. This is why I constantly sound like I'm trying to like I'm offensive or something. It's, describing South Africa accurately requires you to sound like a fence sentence. It requires you to sound like you're constantly contradicting yourself because South Africa itself is a contradiction. You have nationalists, you have lefties, and they all have like regions of the country where their opinion is more prominent. And like if I were to put it quite frankly or bluntly, South Africa should actually be split into different countries. It's a country of countries. Like there's a guy who actually was part of this Road Must Fall movement in Cape Town, and he's one of the guys who's swung all the way to right wing. He raises a lot of these points about how South Africa should actually would be much better off if it was split off into different pieces, different countries. Like the only thing that really unites a lot of South Africans, at least in his view, is sport and food. And you can't build a nation on sport and food. If you have different philosophies, you can't be a nation if you have different philosophies. If one person says we are, Marxists, Leninists, and another person says we are pro-free markets, you can't live together. You can't. If one part of the country says we believe in African spirituality and another part of the country believes in Christianity, how is that supposed? And the problem is that these people are mixed in the country, but they all have these polar opposite views. You have people who are obviously Christian, who believe in monogamy, and then you have like the African side of things, which believes in polygamy and practices it. Our former president has how many wives? I don't know how many wives. So it's like, how do you
civically nationalize under that?
How do you form a country? And you know what's ironic about having such a mixed, diverse sort of thing is that it only further incentivizes ethnic blocks to form. Because if you can't trust people to live on their policies and all of these things, then the next best thing you have is this person looks like me, therefore I should vote for them.
Yeah.
So you have, in South Africa, politically speaking, you have parties that are like a couple of parties, 2 or 3, that are conventionally mostly white. Like that's like if you were to take white people and ask them who they vote for, it's basically between these two parties. right? And then and then the rest are like Black Party. And that polarization is part of what feeds into the racial, sort of frictions that we have here. Even though we don't actually have racial frictions, but then if you have a government that is the Black Party, and then like they're going against the interests of white people, then obviously in resistance, this is the sort of thing you have.
Yeah.
And then with the historical context that we have, where Black people are like, we're not ever going to vote for white people because even though we agree with them politically, we can't risk them bringing back apartheid. It's just no way.
Even though your mom became a doctor under apartheid.
Yeah, but like, the problem again, you fall into the same sort of trap that I'm trying to illustrate, is that
Yeah.
just because she managed to be a doctor doesn't mean that was the rule. She was an exception of exception.
Okay. So
You
it
get
was
what
more
I'm
of
saying?
a wait. Are you saying it was more of a meritocracy back then?
By definition, yes. But okay, let me put it this way: if I oppress a people, and someone manages to come out of that oppression, you would assume that people who manage to escape the oppression would have to be like brilliant, right? You'd have to be brilliant to escape oppression. So yes, strictly speaking, it brings about a meritocratic result, but like through oppression, as opposed to like a selection of people based on that. It's like the what's this saying of the the flower growing through crack in the concrete, that sort of thing. Yeah. It the fact that flower managed to make it through doesn't mean the rest of the people who didn't make it through because they didn't deserve it. I hope this is like coming across.
Yeah. No, it gives me a really good idea. Gray, how many? What's your country population size?
80 something million. I think I have to look it up. 83 maybe, or 84.
What number do you think your illegal immigrant population is? Do you guys have a census that's?
What about ethnic Germans?
I think ethnic Germans is maybe. I think people with migration is maybe 20 million or something. So I would have to look it up. I haven't looked for quite some time.
Yeah.
If you were to guess, like take a decimation, just to sort of get a sense of what most people may be thinking it is.
Maybe 25, 75.
Jeez.
So 25. So what does that work out as percentages? Like a quarter of your population is not ethnic German.
No, it's like maybe 20 million are not German, maybe 25. I don't know the exact numbers, but it's a big portion, and they have way more babies. They have a higher birth rate.
Yeah.
So, and in urban areas, a lot of the schools are 50% or more migrant children.
I
so
understand that,
we are fucked.
Yeah.
The education system is collapsing. Teachers are like, well, wait, we cannot conduct classes on the same level anymore because you have textbooks written. They are not capable in a certain grade to comprehend the material. So that puts stress on the teachers because they have to down-modulate their language or make their own sheets to convey and then some of the teachers, they're just like...
problems.
Yeah.
We have the exact same problems. We have, like in our case, estimations, like if you go in with what the companies are saying, is that it could be that a third of our population, of all the people in South Africa, are not like South Africans. So we have the very same sorts of issues that you cite of concentration in urban areas that actually you can actually find classes that are like overwhelmed with non-South Africans. to the point where I think most classes in Gauteng that remain like a big economic hub of South Africa, a lot of them are overcrowded. So now it's a matter of now not only being the split being weird, but just the sheer number. Like how can a teacher be able to track if a kid needs assistance when she's faced with 79 other kids that she needs to be tracking over the course of say an hour's lesson? What does that translate to in
Wait,
terms of
80 kids in a class? That's huge.
yeah. So you
Those are
have
what
like
your
okay,
guys' class sizes look like?
some of them, yeah. Certainly if you're not private. If you rent to a private school, it's probably about like 20, maybe even less. But if you go to the public schools, which is where these guys go because they want to have things for free, then you'll have classes with like 80 crowded, like way above the recommended ratio.
Yeah, I don't remember any of Cam's in the public school when he still went to public school being that size. Like maybe 20 to 30 max.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And mind you, we had a huge issue with a lot of these things are signed into law by our government. They enable it legally, right? And we this is part of the resistance. This is part of what you're seeing when the people like go against illegal immigration and why they choose to. Like if you go and tell the people, no, you should be talking to your government. The government that signed these people to come here, the government that enables them, the government that signed into law that they should be given, grants and all these sorts of things. You telling me that I should ask the people who are responsible for this to not do it? I'd rather circumvent them and force these people out. This is where we are in South Africa. We don't have time to be negotiating with the government.
Yeah. Gray, you talked a lot about NGOs. So
Yes.
Emmanuel showed me a clip that was of a Somali chick being all upset because her entitlement programs were being cut. But these in the video, it was like these women were sitting there, and I guess they were from NGOs, and they were having them do paperwork because they were like giving them money or something. What gives these NGOs the right to go into somebody else's environment, into their house, into their country, and perpetuate and enable a fucking parasitic problem? What gives these women the right to go do that? Do you know?
I just know that the German Foreign Ministry dispenses funding very generously. By the way, is my microphone loud enough?
Yeah. You
No,
sound
it's perfect.
perfect. Yeah.
Thanks. I know that the German Foreign Ministry has a sizable fund where and you can look this up in a database, what they spend money on, and they spend it globally, whether it's in India, in South Africa,
Yes,
or
definitely.
also in Africa, and they have weird programs, bicycle lanes in Peru, gender blah 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 training in
Oh
Africa. I
God.
mean, you can, and yeah, I mean, it's like they had a picture also from the former foreign minister, the Baerbock, and some other chick, and they really announced it was a big announcement, a feminist foreign policy, where they
Yeah.
extra allocated money, and because I think in their mind they believe in Africa. I mean, not just South Africa, but generally in Africa, there's this like, oh, the men are still ruling, and it's so bad, and they have to mitigate this by taking German taxpayer money and handing it out somewhere else to foster to push their ideology, because they probably honestly believe that the way people in other countries live is just like wrong, and they
Wait,
now
so
have to remedy that.
oh my God, so it's literal colonization, feminism. The feminists are colonizing other countries.
Yeah, it's new colonization.
Oh my
And
gosh.
now, mind you, GM, a lot of the African countries it's like a tug of war between, especially between the East, China just specifically, and actually, you could say it's a three-way thing, but it's mostly two-way. It's China, Europe, and America.
Mm.
Basically, those are the three ways in which it's being pulled. Europe is more pro-regulation, climate change, all of that stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the American NGOs are aligned in that way, right?
Yeah.
But America tends to want political influence in terms of just general philosophy and obviously trade deals and things like that, right? More like economic influence. China is a bit of both, but mostly economic influence. They don't really dabble in the politics, like you won't, not directly, you know. However, because of the fact that a lot of Africa is left leaning due to historical reasons, that lends itself to their favor anyway. So it's not even a matter of them having to intervene politically, if you understand what I'm saying. Yeah, so you have the sort of tug between, like, we have coal, like during times when we had load shedding, which is essentially rolling blackouts across the country. We had like trucks and trucks and trucks of coal heading to the harbor to be sent to one of the countries, I believe was Germany, but certainly to Europe. We're told we don't have coal to power our power station, but we have trucks of coal going to the harbor. We're facing rolling blackouts, and the leadership of our power company is pushing for green energy. While we have loads of coal being shipped out to other countries, we should be burning that coal and having the cheapest electricity in the world, and fueling our industrialization and growing our economy. Instead, because we're pursuing these stupid green energy goals, climate goals, we now, like, it's basically hamstringing ourselves
Yeah.
and our growth.
Yeah. Did you hear Marco Rubio in Munich? He called it the climate cult.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you sent that link. I watched part of that talk, but overall, I felt Rubio was a little bit more tame than the other gentleman before, right?
The Vance. Oh yeah,
Yeah,
no. JD went in.
Vance was savage.
I know.
Rubio was a little bit like trying
He had
to
more
smooth it
tact.
over.
Yeah. He
Yeah.
still said the same damn thing though, just in a different way. It'd be like me saying something and then you guys coming in and eloquently tidying it up a little bit for the delivery. No,
Yeah.
Hillary's reaction to that, I think Hillary's reaction to people's reaction to Rubio really triggered her. Like, she was there. Ugh. I don't know why she was invited to speak on a panel of 4 men, but I don't know.
Yeah, but these climate protesters, I don't think that was organic. That must have been created by somehow, somewhere. I mean, that was so where all these people suddenly come from. And I think they had like all sorts of weird funding. I think they had like activist offices. They had like training houses where they were trained how to block streets and conspiratorial meetings. They had all sorts of weird shit. They did break enter on the airport. They glued themselves to the tarmac. They did this in several locations. They shut off oil pipelines. They break and entered into substations, turning off wheels. Getting rental cars, stopping on the highway. I mean, it was just crazy. I mean, right now I'm not hearing anything about it anymore, but for a while it was really getting extreme. I mean,
So it's toned down a bit.
yeah, they did go to oil companies and have like drums of oil or something, pouring it on the stairs. They vandalized buildings with paint. I mean, it was just they were just really riled up, and it was like all emotional. And then this, oh, we have to do something now, or we're all gonna die. This insane sense of
There's
urgency.
a word for that. There's a word for that.
Emotionally
Hysteria.
terrorized.
Hysteria.
That was not organic. I mean, somebody she's like, why isn't the German intelligence community look into who created that? That has sources. I mean, eventually, and some of these power. I think there was this power protesting couple, and they made a website very smart and collected $1 million of donations. I don't know what. So it was also partly for some people, maybe also a grifting operation. You know, you see there's
definitely.
That's crazy. That was crazy.
So where's that energy going? Because it's got to go somewhere. Did they all decide that the world's not going to end and they're using their fucking energy for good and, you know, in their actual community and building their lives? Or are they still causing ruckus somewhere else?
What happened to BLM, GM? What happened to BLM?
Yeah,
BLM?
Well, the black lesbians' lives that only seem to really matter got exposed in my country. I don't know that there was a lot of fraud that they found. A lot of the money that these lesbians, because that's who does the things, collected for, you know.
but the underlying sentiment, because okay, fine, maybe that particular organization has you know gone, you know.
I don't know if they're active. I don't see them in the mainstream, right? I mean,
I'm just saying. I'm saying the overall like hysteria that was around and the sentiment around that whole issue, like it's basically disappeared.
Right, it's just something else now.
It either goes to something else or it just outright disappears. People just crawl back into the woodwork.
Oh no, those hysterical crazy bitches are out fucking ICE protest. Now it's ICE is bad. Right?
Okay, so it's more of it's no longer the current thing.
Yeah, it's the transfer of the energy to this bad man thing. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so I had an idea. I want to make these 8 NGOs recruit, because you know how they've made a really big mess of all the fucking countries and, you know, lowered the borders and kept encouraging people with money to come into other people's countries illegally. I think they should be responsible. They want to sit around in communities writing things down. They should be recruiting local ICE agents to remove the fucking problem. Would that be cool if that was their job instead of what they're currently doing?
You mean if there was who say in let me just think of it random. Let's say Austin, right? If they were to hire people from Austin to do the ICE work, is that what you're saying, or what are you saying?
I'm saying these women. Let me pull up that video you sent, because if that money, because these NGOs are in other people's countries distributing money for free to these illegals, we should be taking those funds and distributing them, like redirecting them to paying ICE agents to remove all the fucking illegals.
Yeah, that's what Trump was trying to do, you know, and Doge, you know, essentially.
How do you want to do that? They're going to fight that tooth and nail. I mean, at least in my country, they're going to resist it with all they have.
Who's going to resist it?
The NGOs,
all the people involved in the NGOs.
From the NGOs.
Okay, all the women.
And men.
How many men versus women work in these NGOs?
Loads, Jim.
What's the ratio?
Probably leaning towards women.
Okay.
The community outreach, the outreach site is a female dominated field, no?
Hmm.
The whole these people are suffering. Let's do something about it. You know?
Yes, these people, the other people, the people that live there are suffering. Let's do something about it. Let's stop paying these parasites to come into the country. Let's take that money and create a job for a new ICE agent to get rid of the problem. So we're not disrupting the flow of the money. We're just redirecting it into pockets.
But are you? There's a very clear reason for why that won't work in certainly in the United States, because a lot of you women and just the young generation as a whole have been brainwashed to hold the automatic position that white uh, 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 Americans are privileged, are the oppressor, are the so in their heads it's impossible to think of it or to even fathom a situation where they could be the oppressed and not the oppressor. And what that does is that as soon as they show pictures of some crying kid in Africa or South America,
Yes.
that means that's the true victim, and that's why they need to pour their efforts and their money into these black holes that eventually wind up with in some African dictator's bank account. Um, you know, yeah. So this is the sort of mindset they have. So it's very difficult to then turn around and say, no, take that money, not only stop funding, but take that money and feed it to the people, to the very people who you guys believe are oppressors. Do it anyway. So that's what I'm saying. Who cares if they screw? Do it anyway, because there's no way you can, countenance having so much money being funneled out of your countries while there are people who are, who are living check to check in the United States. That's insane. There are people who are struggling to make ends meet, people who are having to choose between having 2 children or 3 children, and that choice is largely driven by the fact that a lot of their money is being funneled away from them. I understand the cultural aspect and how that's probably the vast majority of the reason for, plummeting birth rates. But I, 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 I do believe that if you were to take all of the men in the United States and let's say by, just for the sake of proving my point, if you were to double their income, I would expect the birth rate to see a bump. So yeah, you can't tax people into prosperity. You can't guilt trip people into prosperity. So you need to just take the money away from the NGOs and give it to the ICE agents. Thereafter, give it back to the people.
Well, no, the ICE agents would be earning the living for their family.
Yeah, but I mean, after they've successfully deported all of the illegals, then give it back to the people in the form of like tax rebates.
Or business investments.
Or funds that will fund small businesses, whatever it is. But power back into the country.
Yeah.
America is very it's amazing because like through all of the stuff that we list, they're still able to grow at such a high pace. And that just begs the question: how much more growth can America have if all of these obstacles were out of the way?
Right.
All these. If I'm not correct, America is up there with fastest growing developed nations. It might even be the fastest growing developed nation.
Yeah, for being the youngest.
On their backs, they're carrying USAID, they're carrying all of these NGOs, they're carrying all these extra loads that they have to or not have to, but like they currently are carrying. And just like if that was taken off of their backs, how much faster, how much better the place be? You know, how much more prosperous would it be?
Maybe that's
Before,
part of why we send so much money out there. Maybe it speaks to that white guilt issue
oh yeah, definitely.
because we do have a large population of white people.
Our,
So
our philanthropy as South Africans, when we send electricity electricity to the rest of Southern Africa, um, maybe with the exception of Mozambique, um, that's not coming from a place of guilt. That's coming from a place of wanting to see people progress so that they can also do for themselves.
yeah,
Right?
yeah.
And so we send literal electricity over. We trade with our neighboring countries to send food. Like if South Africa were to fail, like a lot of these old Western Africans are mocking South Africa for, or like hoping South Africa does. If South Africa were to fail, the whole of sub-Saharan Africa would starve.
Yeah.
It's a huge problem.
And it,
So yeah, it's crucial that we push these development goals, and it shouldn't just be charity, it should be build, help people build, equip them with the skills to build, that they can go on to build everything themselves, and
well,
not.
Emmanuel, you got to get rid of the BEE bullshit in your country, or else people aren't going to want to go in your country and invest because they don't want to cater to those racist policies in order to do business in your country.
I have a huge problem with what Elon has done with that whole issue. Serious issue, and it's not so much. And I know I sound like a woman when I say this. It's not what he did; it's how
It's
he
the
did it.
tone of his
It's
voice.
the tone. I,
What did he do? What did I miss?
Elon
But
doesn't want to do, he won't do business. He wants to bring massive business into his country of origin. But the Black economic empowerment policies are requiring him to have a diversity quota in hiring. So he won't fucking bend the knee to their tyrannical bullshit.
it's not just that; it's the fact that
Yeah,
not
then
just
just
that. It's
give
the
him
fact
an
that
exemption. I mean, how hard can it be?
They won't give him a
we
license to
don't
do business
we don't
because he
want to.
won't bend the knee to the
We don't
fucking
want to.
tyrannical bullshit. And
Yeah,
I've backed him.
then he needs to call Trump, and Trump needs to levy some punishment taxes or something.
And
Right.
that's exactly what he's been calling for. And the problem with that now from the South African perspective is that it looks like you don't want to do business on our terms. And when you told no, instead of taking the no and going elsewhere with the business, you turn around and say, okay, then I'm going to call the world's superpower to come and sanction you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Now,
get how this creates a
how
bad
does that
image.
play
Yeah.
out? How does that play out to the South African population?
Right?
He looks like a petulant child who can't take a no.
No,
That's what it
no,
looks like to the average South African.
that's what, but from America, it looks like South Africans being the pestilent child by, well, we want you to cater to our ideology
But
that
no,
is destroying our country. And
I need
why
to
would a
I
free
need to correct
market
that.
capitalist
I need
bend
to
the knee
correct
to
that.
that? Yes.
I have to correct that. Okay.
Okay.
So one, the industry into which Elon is trying to break into, which would be communications, telecommunications, is a matter of national security, right? That means, and SAC is not unique in this aspect. They want its operations in South Africa to be, because it's not like they're asking Elon to give it to him for free. They're saying you, by essentially compelling him to sell his portion of his business to South Africa. Right now, evil portion of it, where I agree with Elon, is that this is not meant to empower South Africans. It's meant to get people who happen to be politically connected and well-money access to a business which they otherwise wouldn't have had access to, right? But the point remains, from a national point of view, that if you want to come in and do business in, it's not like he's selling trinkets. You know, he's coming into something that is of national security level. You know,
Or cars.
right? Of course, you know.
Yeah.
This is a level of
manufacturing.
So it's because it's Starlink, right? So it's the whole telecommunications thing. So they say
I
that
mean,
needs to be
whatever Elon's involved in, he spreads everywhere.
So that's what they say, right? And my whole issue with Elon is that he could have said, like, the whole thing of him calling for sanctions on South Africa because South Africa said no to him. That's petulant. You can criticize South Africa, but calling for sanctions is a step too far.
So you want him to allow all the corrupt people in your government to get their grubby little fingers inside his business?
No, I'm saying don't bring your business to South Africa if you don't accept their terms.
The corrupt people's terms.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's what he said.
That's what he should be doing. He shouldn't bring the business, but he's not stopping there. He's saying it's one thing to say I don't want to bring my business to South Africa because I don't agree with their policies for ABC reason, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's different, and obviously this also brings back the issue of TikTok, because America had a very similar issue with TikTok.
Yeah.
Right. They essentially told TikTok you have to sell your American operations to an American and have it be controlled by Americans while we funnel we'll give you your profits back to you. So it's basically the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
And yet when America, it's called protecting national interests, and when South Africans do it, it's called racist.
Well, legally, but legally, Trump only did that after he completely fucking banned all these DEI policies. So it's not the same in your country.
I hear what you're saying. But I'm just telling you how it's playing out in the minds of the people.
I get it.
Right. So it's the point that you're trying to make, right? Is that there's an added layer to South Africa's point, which is that of redistribution, DI, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And that means, in other words, if you could ask, in other words, had there been I don't know how to phrase this. If Elon had complied with the distribution aspect of it, this is the BE part of it, would South Africa have rejected his application based on security or not? And if the answer is no, he would have been accepted, then that means that the actual issue is not security, it's actually the race aspect, which is what Elon is saying. Right. So nevertheless, this is how it's been played out. I'm talking propaganda now. I'm talking the way things are being portrayed in the media and how the South African population is digesting this whole issue. Right. And what that does is that actually, ironically, causes blowback towards Elon. Like, the sentiment towards Elon now, after he did what he did, is more negative than what it was before. That's what
Even though he's not bending a knee to the crazy bitch tyranny that's in the corrupt government that you complain about all the fucking time, he's not bending a knee to those crazy bitches, and now the people are upset.
Then the people are upset with him calling South Africa racist. right?
It is
And calling
racist. Those are racist policies. That's why Trump banned him here, because it's known the diversity quotas are racist, literally, by definition.
But then that begs the question. This is when they start pulling up the whole thing of sovereignty, of saying South Africa is a separate state with its own laws, its own rules, its own direction of travel in terms of philosophy and all this stuff. Who are you to come and impose your views on us in our land?
Oh, let us be racist.
Let us be South African, and I'm explaining their framing.
Yeah.
Let us be South Africans because we don't impose our views on you in your country. We won't come to America and say we want to invest in America and we want to make sure that the person that we partner up with is black and not white American. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, I get it, but you're
Yeah.
not considering the colonialism aspect. We as a people do that. We go and impose our values on other people.
Yes, and that's exactly why people are resisting it, and that's exactly why you having
Yet enjoying the fruits of that labor.
That's exactly why you have this like shifting of alliances towards like basically America versus the rest.
Yeah.
Because what Trump is doing, what Trump and Elon are doing to South Africa, they're doing to other countries. They're certainly doing it to Europe.
Are they doing it in Germany?
I wouldn't be surprised if they're imposing themselves in Germany as well, because maybe not directly, but certainly with certain like things like NATO and other sorts of organizations like that. Gray, there.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just listening. For me, the bottom line is there's no. It doesn't sound like as if two parties can come together and make a reasonable agreement. I don't understand what's so hard about it, other than maybe there are fundamental conflicts of interest or perspective. What you pointed at. So if the leaders would be competent, they could just remedy that. I mean, except there are other interests that I don't understand. But
yeah,
then
I
it is
think,
what it is. If you induce not okay, or I'm okay, you're not okay, and vice versa, blaming back and forth, you're not going to accomplish anything. You just have a break in communication. You're not working together anymore.
Yeah.
Exactly. Just the more responsible thing to do, right? Because here's how it looks even towards the rest of Africa. Because shortly after South Africa rejected Elon's application, Namibia, which is right next to South Africa, also rejected Elon's application. We were asking for 30% of Starlink South Africa, right? And Namibia was asking for 51% of Starlink Namibia.
Jesus.
Right. But who got the brunt of Elon's fury and the accusations of racism? It was South Africa, not Namibia. I don't think
that's
he
his
even tweeted about Namibia.
hometown. He's from your country.
Yeah, but the point
That's his motherland.
The point remains that he, from the perspective of the people in the power players, he's an American coming and speaking about South Africa and targeting South Africa. When right next door, someone did the exact same thing that South Africa did, and he is quiet about it.
Yeah, but he's not from there, so he doesn't. It's not hurting his feelings as much. Like,
I hear it.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, like the from the perspective of South Africans,
he doesn't. He probably doesn't care as much about those people as he does from his home country. Like, he wants to see you guys prosper and succeed. He sees your fucking unemployment rate. He sees the reason goddamn why. Like, and it's policies that are in the way. Your corrupt government. I know he listens to everything that you guys say. And bending a knee to the corrupt government isn't going to help. It's only going to make it worse.
Can I tell you what this looks like to the average South African? Just
Yeah.
with the like as a whole, with the series of things that have come from America. Firstly, we called genocidal in response to us calling out what's happening in Israel and with the Palestinians, right? Then they come, so they call us out saying that we are genociding. Trump using that word precisely, saying that we're genociding white people in South Africa, which is not happening. This is my opinion now, and the opinion of most Africans, even white South Africans, even the white South Africans who went to complain to America, also say there's no white genocide in South Africa, right? So basically, everyone apart from like radical right-wing white South Africans are in agreement that there's no white genocide in South Africa, right? Fine. So we take that on the chin as a country, fine. Ramaphosa goes to the United States, gets humiliated by Trump in his in at the White House, comes back. He was trying to explain that no, this is not the case. Comes back, right? A few months later, a few months later, Elon's applying for a license to operate in South Africa. This is him applying to operate in genocidal South Africa, right? Gets his application rejected because he doesn't meet the requirements of the law, which is made. I think the law was put in place in 2005. So it's not like it's something that's like targeting Elon, right? This is a law that's been in place since 2005, and hundreds of American companies have complied, and Elon is the only one who's making a racket. And
Wait, hold on. Hundreds of companies have complied?
yeah.
And how has your economy gotten worse over time then? If the people are still investing?
Those are two different issues.
Are they
But yeah,
not connected?
we have hundreds of US companies in South Africa. We have Microsoft is here, Amazon recently came here, all sorts of companies. Walmart is here, all sorts of companies are here. So that's what it is. So from the perspective of the average African, it's like, why do you want to be treated like someone special when everyone else has complied? Why should we bend the rules for you when everyone else is compliant?
If the rules are not okay, then somebody needs.
But everyone else has complied, right?
So doesn't mean everybody. Obviously, it's not helping. Yeah.
If you don't want to comply, then simply go to someone else. Simply take your business elsewhere.
Or put pressure on it to change the fucking rules that are not right. I mean, everybody, okay, you're Zulu warrior guy that's running down the street. Everybody was complying with those, but you were okay with supporting him for spearheading a pushback to something that's not fucking right.
But he's South African though.
So is Elon.
In this yeah. From this,
Manuel,
I'm just hear me out.
He's your guy.
From this perspective, right? From this perspective, he's an American coming in, trying to push his agenda upon South Africa and trying to bend the laws of South Africa in his favor when everyone
the laws are racist
has complied. I'm just giving you the perspective.
I understand. I understand.
My main issue is from a strategic point of view. It's the fact that in emboldening these people, he's actually working against the interests of the people who he says are being discriminated against.
No, he's actively working for the bigger picture interest of the people. He's thinking bigger picture.
Yeah, look, okay, here's what I'm trying to say. South Africa's leaning away from the ANC. What Elon is doing is pushing people back to the ANC.
That actually sounds kind of logical. But I doubt this is his intent. I doubt it.
It's not necessarily his intention, but I'm just saying from a pragmatic point of view,
Mm-hmm.
right? He's actually doing more harm than good. Yeah.
But listen, I do that too. If I get emotional or I have some principle,
Yes.
I'm like that as well. I'm
You,
just brushing
you
people
know,
off, and they get pissed, and go separate ways. Because
you
in
know,
my case, I don't have the power to call the president to levy sanctions.
Right.
yes.
Right.
And you know what's actually made me more understanding of, or like more willing to like just not be totally like put off by Elon's blunder into this issue, is that he did the same thing to Trump, right? So Trump has been on the receiving end of one of Elon's outbursts. When they had that little bit of a
Yeah, I
tiff.
remember. Yeah.
Yeah. So
Well,
it goes to show that he's an equal opportunity,
no, when
when it
shit's
comes
not
to
right, when he went in to do Doge and they found all this shit, and I mean piles and piles of shit, and the amount of fucking pushback he got from being able to cut the shit was upsetting. Doge
yeah.
should have been way more. If we didn't have so many fucking women siphoning off the government,
And
it would have been way more.
what did his outburst do for him? Did not result in pushback from the very person who was supposed to be helping him. Did not hamper the ability of not just from the resistance of people who don't want Doge, but from people who actually want Doge now. We're like, okay, then screw you then, right? This is what I'm saying. Like, it's almost like Elon isn't like, dare I say it? Maybe it is the tism.
maybe it is, and maybe I have a similar one because I completely think he's correct in fucking taking a stand on this issue.
Yes, but again, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. It's how you do. Like there's way more strategic ways to handle this. Like ways that can avoid all of the pushback, all of the blowback. It's like I wish he had perhaps sat in a room with like some of the guys from here and said, okay, look, guys, I'm trying to mount a offensive against, let's say, BE. How can I do this in the most clean, surgical way that doesn't cause like collateral damage, right?
Emmanuel, it's not going
Because
to happen because the objective is the removal of that, and that will never happen. No matter how much you fucking put icing on it or talk sweet about it, you're literally removing somebody's ability to fucking steal from other people. There's going to be pushback no matter what. You can't
the pushback would have
reframe
been
that.
no, you're not getting what I'm saying. I'm saying that the pushback would have been from the government on their own. Now, with the way he's handled it, it's pushback from both the government and the people, right? I'm saying what he could have done is handled it in a way that keeps the people on his side while isolating the ANC. Like even the whole thing of him calling for sanctions for the entire country. That's sanctioning the very white people who you say you're trying to protect. They own like 70, 80, 90% of the economy. If you sanction South Africa, you're sanctioning them.
Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying?
So the people inside need to put more fucking pressure on the government to get rid of the bullshit. But no, those same people have been also pandering and enabling it. So no, fuck them. More pressure.
But the very fact that this thing was even an issue that even got to Trump shows you that these people have been putting pressure, right?
Yeah.
They've been asking and they've been consistent about it. They've been saying, we need you to be surgical in the way you handle this. You don't sanction the entire country. You sanction the ANC. You sanction the individuals who are pushing for this because the average South African is not. Average Black South Africans are not. Average white South Africans are not. It's these corrupt officials that you need to sanction, not the entire country. Don't bar South African companies from trading with you just because you have an issue with the South African government.
But these are your people. You guys voted for these people.
No, but the people who talk about this largely don't vote for this. I don't vote for this. You understand what I'm saying? Now I'm being punished for things that I had no role in. You know?
Yeah.
Can I say something too?
Yeah.
Mandy, please don't push it any further. Emmanuel is emotional. You're
I
not
know.
making it any better.
We're
and
sparring. We're having
yeah,
a good
I
time.
mean, his points kind of make sense. It's kind of
Yeah.
nasty to sanction an entire country just to make an example.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just needs to be way more clean about his approach.
Well, you need to train Elon then.
I can't train the children out of him.
Because he's doing everything I would fucking advise him to do. So be direct, to the point. These are the laws. These are the rules. It's fucking right and wrong. End of story. You wanna play fuck around game? I'm not giving my business over to a corrupt government that's hurting my fucking people. Sorry, it's not happening.
Here's another way I can put it.
People, if you don't want to suffer, sort out your fucking government.
Excuse me, guys.
Yeah, sorry.
Guys. I feel excluded. Mandy,
Okay.
Our stream
I know.
was
We
scheduled
gotta.
for 4.
I know.
Over.
I know.
I don't
We
want
are
to be rude,
so
but
over. I know. We need to end this because me and Gray have a different topic entirely.
I mean, Emmanuel is welcome by all means, but
what's the topic you guys gonna discuss?
I just put a few slides together about feminism, quick update about Germany, a few video examples.
Yeah.
Is there
it's a different stream.
Silver lining? Is there anything positive?
What do you mean positive?
It's a positive stream, right?
Is there any positive feedback that you're going to be giving, or is it still going downhill?
I mean, I'm just trying to describe the situation. That's my idea of coping with the situation. I try to take it in a positive direction by down modulating my negative emotions, but it's the best I can do. I mean, I'm still emotional about it. So
you need some positivity, right?
Okay, we'll make it positive. We will.
I try to see it more positive. The thing is, looking at society over the last, 5-6 years, it really made me kind of depressive. I mean, it really is depressive, and it makes me very angry and very emotional. And that to swallow that and face all the rejection and this constant Nazi calling and people spitting in front of your feet and up to almost like physical attacks. I mean, people can attack you physically. They can. They can call you attention seeking. They can call you Nazi. They can call you a private Nazi. They come up with all sorts of shit to confirm their own mental whatever they have in their mind. And in a way, I can understand it because sometimes I have the same, that I make rush judgments or whatever, but what do you do? It's exactly the same example that you have with the South African and with Elon. They are both emotional, they both have something else going on, and they're not able to come together. Yeah. But you can only work on yourself and try to make the best of it. What am I supposed to say?
I guess the last thing I'll say is we can't afford to be so blinded by a singular objective that we risk delaying recovery, delaying progress by another 5 years or another 4 years or whatever the election cycle is. Like, we can't afford to have, say in the case of Africa, we can't afford to have the ANC entrenched for another 5 years. Right? Like, even if his goal is noble, Elon, that is, if he is pushing people towards the ANC, he is working against the major goal, which is get the ANC out, which will then hopefully usher in people who will undo all of the mess that they've made, right? Because that's the way it's looking right now. Like, I think DA, that's Sykes' party, GM.
Yeah.
In the province that all this nonsense is happening, they're polling out I think the latest I'm seeing is at about 38%, right? Which means that's quite a huge, that's ahead of even the ANC. And that means they'll be able to, if should they get that, they'll be able to form a coalition, at least locally speaking, in local government. And then if they're able to deliver within the next few years, that will only certify that the metros will be lost on the national government level, which means that we could very well see the ANC be pushed out of government come 2029. But if we don't handle things with care and we just go in, just all guns blazing, you could inadvertently keep these guys in power for the next 5 to 10 years. That's my point. Yeah.
It's a good point.
Yeah.
Write him a letter. Maybe he listens to you. If he gets
Yes.
money from South Africa.
Yes, Elon, my brother. Do it, Emmanuel. Write him a letter. Wait, send him an X message.
I hope the guys from AfriForum and all these other guys are communicating with their American counterparts and hopefully have a line directly to Elon. They should, because they're all in the room together. Hopefully they're able to communicate, and hopefully people are level-headed and pragmatic in their approach and not just ideological. Because they'll just butt heads for the next 10 years, and in the meantime the country's going down the drain.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't afford to waste time with stupid little spats between people who have whatever issues they have. So,
yeah.
So, I'll be tuning into the stream about Germany. I'm very interested to hear about what's happening in Germany. Hopefully the scope was to go across Europe, because a lot of this stuff affects certainly Africa, and I know it also goes into South America and the rest of the world. So if Germany can get its act together, that's Europe. Germany is Europe,
Yeah.
Germany gets its act together, that's Europe getting its act together. If that happens, then that's Africa. So yeah, hopefully, I'm sending positive vibes.
Yeah.
I'm manifesting.
Manifesting positivity.
Yeah.
All right, let's end this. And then I'm going to send Gray the string or the link to the next one. And we'll jump over there. Thank you, Emmanuel, for the little sparring session. Thank you, Gray, for breaking it up, because we could have went for hours probably. All right. Bye, everybody.